Madam Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to open the Security Council session to consider the agenda item, the current situation of Afghanistan. We are meeting at a time when the world is going through a number of unprecedented problems. After decades of war, suffering, and insecurity, they face perhaps their most perilous hour. The people of Afghanistan need a lifeline. Now is the time for the international community to stand with them. Afghans were experiencing one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. The poverty rate is spiraling, and the basic public services were close to collapse. Hundreds of thousands of people have been forced to flee their homes. At the same time, Afghanistan faces a severe drought, the second to hit the country in 4 years. We need to safeguard the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan, including through access to education and other essential services. Afghan women and girls want to ensure that gains are not lost, doors are not closed, and hope is not extinguished. This is central to the future of the country and every Afghan. The people of Afghans are facing the collapse of an entire country all at once. Finally, we must ensure that our humanitarian response save lives but also save livelihoods. Afghan soul should not be tainted by terrorism and the blood of innocent victims of violence. Let us extend a lifeline to the people of Afghanistan, and I do everything we can and everything we owe to help them hold on to hope. Distinguished delegates, by the discretion of Security Council President, we are moving on to the opening statement, and the opening statement will be read in the alphabetical order. We shall now begin the debate on current situation of Afghanistan. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of China, and I give her the floor.
Good morning, everyone. The delegate of China congratulates the distinguished representative of Kenya on assuming the office of Security Council for the month of October. And now, the most honorable Madam President Kenya, thank you for providing China the opportunity to speak on the situation in Afghanistan, and greetings to the other distinguished delegates in the Council. The People's Republic of China understands that Afghanistan is utterly devastated by war and imperatively requires humanitarian aid and assistance. Thus, China would invest and support to rebuild the war-torn country with counterparts from several of Afghanistan's neighbors. Madam President, China offers $31 million as emergency aid to Afghanistan, including food supplies and 3 million coronavirus vaccine doses. China's foreign policy is not interference in other countries' internal affairs and respects all countries' sovereignty and independence and people's independent choice of a path suited to their own national realities. On this note, the delegate of China quotes the most respectful foreign ministry spokesperson, Wang Wenbin. What the US did in Afghanistan over the past 2 decades is a textbook example which shows us the consequences of wanton military intervention and attempts to impose one's own ideology and values on others, China unquotes. US troops and its NATO allies withdrew from Afghanistan, but have wreaked havoc in the country and inflicted serious damage on the people. Questions and questions and questions to be raised at the savior of the world community, to silently flee from Bagram base without notifying the Afghan commander. Afghanistan has turned into a war laboratory, ushering in the possibilities of a civil war. As the traitor in the story, Mother of a Traitor by the Russian author Maxim Gorky puts it, it's not easy to kill when the sun looks into one's eyes and glitter of weapons blinds one. So we shall make an attack tonight, perhaps an escape tonight. Establishment of a new interim government is a vital step to restore the order in Afghanistan. But the government should not use Afghanistan as a staging point for terrorists and cut ties with all extremist terrorist forces and take measures to crack down on them. China respects the will and choice of Afghan people. The war in Afghanistan has been dragging on for over 40 years. To stop the war and realize peace is the shared aspiration of more than 30 million Afghan people and the common expectation of the international community and countries. Afghanistan should be guided to be more open and inclusive and pursue modern domestic and foreign policies. The most honorable President Xi Jinping holds a meeting of leaders of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Certain countries should assume their due responsibilities for Afghanistan's future developments as instigators of the situation, our president added. China hopes that the Afghan Taliban can form solidarity with all factions and ethnic groups in Afghanistan and build a broad-based and inclusive political structure. China has all along respected Afghanistan's sovereignty and territorial integrity, adhered to the non-interference in Afghanistan's internal affairs, and pursued a friendly policy toward the entire Afghan people, and has maintained good relation with Afghan throughout history, specifically trade relations, which dates back to at least the Han Dynasty with the Silk Route. China is ready to continue to develop good neighborliness and friendly cooperation with Afghanistan and play a constructive role in Afghanistan's peace and reconstruction. The Chinese embassy in Afghanistan is still operating normally. The Chinese ambassador and embassy staff are fulfilling their duties. China supports the Afghan people in making the choice that best serves their interests and truly implement the Afghan-led, the Afghan-owned principle. To conclude, Madam President, the People's Republic of China reiterates that the international community should scale up humanitarian aid assistance to heal the wounded Afghan community and must disallow a potential resurgence of terrorism in Afghanistan. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of China for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Estonia to take the floor.
Good morning, Madam President and other delegates. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Kenya on assuming the office in Security Council in the month of October. Estonia has taken several measures to safeguard Afghanistan citizens and to protect women from Taliban rule. It is not the first time that the Taliban gained power over Afghanistan. The second time,
Distinguished
from
representative
1996
of
to 2001,
Estonia.
during Taliban rule, we have introduced several measures.
Sorry to interrupt, your audio is not clear.
We have introduced
Delegate, am I visible? Am I audible to you? Delegate of Estonia. So kindly put the mic close to your mouth so that the voice can directly come to your mouth. So that would make the the audio more resounding for us. So do that, please. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Madam President and other delegates. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Kenya on behalf of Delegate of Estonia on assuming the office in Security Council in the month of October. Estonia has taken several measures to safeguard the Afghanistan citizens and to protect women from Taliban rule. It is not the first time that the Taliban gained power over Afghanistan. It's the second time, from 1996 to 2001. During Taliban, we have introduced several measures to provide peace and security in Afghanistan. The measures we have put forward are ensure international and regional security, achieving internal security, peaceful power sharing, permanently reintegrating Afghanistan into the international community, economic and social development. In February 2020, the Afghan Taliban signed a peace agreement with the US in advance of the withdrawal of US troops, proposed for the following year. Later that year, in September, the intra-Afghan talks began in Doha, Qatar. Progress in these talks was slow, but by the end of the year, the two states had reached an agreement on the guiding principles for the negotiations so that the process could properly begin. Despite the peace talks, the violence continued to cause the deaths and injury of men, women, and children throughout the year, including the targeting of teachers, healthcare workers, and humanitarian workers, and a rise in the number of people forced to flee their homes. According to the International Organization for Migration, there were 4 million people driven from their homes in Afghanistan in 2020, increasing from 1.2 million in 2016 and 500,000 in 2030. As a member of the UN Security Council, Estonia has a more obligation to contribute to resolving international problems, including Afghanistan's problem. Estonia supports the stabilization and rebuilding process of Afghanistan using military, diplomatic, and economic means. In line with the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, Every woman, every child strategy aims to see target groups realize their health rights, access social and economic opportunities, and participate in shaping prosperous and sustainable society. Under Taliban rule, Afghan women and girls had limited freedom. They mostly couldn't work or attend school after the age of 8, were required to wear burqas and had restricted access to health care. We have also reiterated our expectation for a new government in Afghanistan that would be inclusive and representative and would uphold human rights, including for women, children, and minorities. Estonia will continue to support and strengthen the voices of women peace builders and human rights defenders in Afghanistan. Afghan women are pillars of society and must play an essential role in building sustainable peace and stability in Afghanistan. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Estonia for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of France to take the floor.
Delegate of French Republic, if you're there, please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies. The delegation of France, on behalf of Republic of France, congratulates the representative of Kenya for assuming the office of President for the month of October 2021 to the
Thank
Security
you.
Council to discuss the tragic and concerning situation in Afghanistan. What we have seen in Afghanistan is certainly a tragedy for the Afghan people, a setback for the West, a potential path changer for international relations. If you want to look at Afghanistan after the end of August, we have to look at that from these 3 points of view. Firstly, humanitarian assistance. We call to prioritize humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan as early as possible, before an expected famine that could hit Afghanistan in winter. Already, 1/3 of Afghanistan population of 38 million is facing food insecurity, including 2 million children who are already malnourished. Given the urgency of the situation and the desperate plight facing the Afghan people, it is vital that we act to address the crisis facing Afghanistan. Madam President, secondly, in this chamber, delegation would like to address the women who have the most at stake as the democratic government dissolves and an uncertain future awaits. I'm speaking to the women hiding in the homes, to the women sleeping in the streets, to the women still fighting for peace and human rights, though it may risk their life. Women of Afghanistan, we hear you. We hear your pleas to the international community at this dark time. Women, at the fear, the sense of betrayal you feel is understood. It's righteous. I call on this council to stand with the women of Afghanistan. Their right and the future participation in the Afghan society cannot be sacrificed. This is our shared responsibility. It must be our shared priority also. The Afghan people have worked too hard and lost too much to see the futures repeat of their previous generations. France remain committed to not have any relationship with its newly formed de facto government consisting of dozens of UN-listed terrorists without inclusiveness of the women and from the minority. We don't believe a guerrilla warfare group can handle a country. The people of Afghanistan expects more after the modern democracy was destroyed by the so-called de facto government. The US-Taliban deal did not stop the Taliban attacks. They switched their focus instead to ex-Afghan security forces and civilians and targeted assassinations. Their area of control grew. We expect a statement to be made regarding the Afghan pullout in regards to the peace and stability United States of America want to occur in Afghanistan, which would be of help to the international community to maintain stability in Afghanistan. Point number 3. The refugee crisis from Afghanistan is also being closely watched by the international community along with our European partners. France will protect those who are in danger, but at the same time, we point out that Europe has to protect itself from the significant waves of migrants. The European Union, to which the France comply, EU is intending to reopen its diplomatic representation in Afghanistan within a month, as the bloc seeks to deepen its limited engagement with the Taliban regime. The move means that the EU diplomats will return to Kabul after 12 weeks after they have fled the city, as Brussels seeks to coordinate aid efforts and to continue the evacuation of the Afghan citizens. The bloc believes it needs a role in a Taliban-led Afghanistan in order to lobby for the protection of human rights, to hold the militants to the pledges to stop the country again becoming an exporter of terrorism and to help prevent a humanitarian crisis. France calls for a clear message today from this council. While much, including the political future of Afghanistan, is currently uncertain, what is clear is that the failure to fully respect and uphold the rights of all people of Afghanistan, and in particular the rights and safety of women, and curls which cannot and will not be accepted. We owe this to the women of Afghanistan and to all people of Afghanistan who have kept faith with the promises of the international community for a brighter future. Our obligation is to act for them all now in this time of crisis. Madam President, Delegate of France speaks here as we continue to battle the virus and are doing everything in power to ensure that the social and economic recovery is strong as possible. Because a few kilometers away, a historic shift is occurring in Afghanistan, far from our borders, but with major changes to the entire international community for Europe and France. Let us be clear here today. The future governance of Afghanistan can only have the support and endorsement of the international community if it guarantees full, equal, and meaningful participation of women, includes minority groups and youth, upholds rights and fundamental freedom. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of India to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President and distinguished delegates of the countries. First of all, on behalf of India, the delegate of India congratulates the distinguished representative of Kenya for assuming the office of the President of the Security Council from October.
Thank you.
First, the reason for why the UN Security Council is started is to maintain peace in the world and to maintain good relations between the countries of the world and also to abolish terrorism. But in present days, peace is getting reduced as with the increase of terrorism in country. And one such country is Afghanistan. As a value, 20 years of democratic Afghanistan had came to an end, and it was overtaken by the Taliban, a group of terrorists, especially notified by the United Nations. Since the announcement of the withdrawal of US forces by August 31st, Afghanistan has seen a rise in violence and efforts to break a peace settlement between the Afghan government and insurgent Taliban have slowed down. After overthrow of Taliban in October 2001, India established diplomatic relations with the newly established democratic government, provided aid and participated in the reconstructions of ports. India has provided over $3 billion in humanitarian economic aid, making it the largest regional provider for aid for Afghanistan. India also invested in the construction in dams, highways, electricity grids, hospitals, schools, even parliament buildings of Afghanistan. With all this now in the hands of a group with the 60,000 terrorists. In a meeting with the BBC, Suhail Shaheen, the permanent spokesperson from the Taliban, said, "As Muslims, we also have right to raise our voice for Muslims in Kashmir, India, or any other country." As India condemns Suhail Shaheen, that was a matter within the nation and thing was carried out genuinely. No other country or a group, especially a terrorist organization, don't have the right to intervene in the matter of a democratic country. Further, the value, the conflict between the terrorists of Pakistan and Indian government, the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan gives Pakistan not only the strategic depth, its military has long served against India, but also a useful recruiting ground for more militants and terrorists should the ISI seek to deploy them again. The last time the Taliban were in power, India made common cause with Russia and Iran in actively supporting the Panjshir value insurging of Northern Alliance under the late Ahmad Shah Massoud. This time, however, an increasingly pro-Chinese Russia has taken a neutral stance on Afghanistan's issue with India. In addition, the economic and strategic gains right for the taking, China has announced that it will do business with Taliban. It is seeking to tap Afghanistan's considerable unexploited mineral resources, especially rare earths, and reopen the Mest iron copper mine. In particular, an Afghanistan-Pakistan-China axis involving policy coordination would represent a major risk for India. The main thing to be noted is when the terrorists return to power in Kabul, the people of Afghanistan, particularly its women and girls, have been subjected to unimaginable suffering as the world's attention turns to other issues. But many other countries, and especially India, have reason to worry. The world knew how women were discriminated and treated like slaves by the Taliban. It is not only the duty of India, but every country in the world should raise their voice for the women. Women are humans. They cannot be discriminated in any case, especially by the violent laws of a particular religion. Before the conclusion, Madam President, India would likely to say that the reason behind the decreasing of peace and the growth of terrorism is some blinded belief in something, but not in humanism. And also the greediness of some developed countries over the vulnerable natural resources and the greediness of land masses to increase their own country's territory. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, fellow delegates.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Ireland to take the floor.
Delegate of Ireland, are you present in the committee?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to congratulate Kenya on assuming the office from October 21 to 22. It's my great pleasure to introduce myself on this esteemed stage. I'm representing the country Ireland. Ireland is an island in the North Atlantic. Its capital is Dublin. Ireland became the member of UN in December 1995. Ireland pays 0.48% of the total UN budget. We are the one of a small minority of member states who always pays their contribution on time. Ireland is elected member of UN Security Council on 2021 to 22. We have been entrusted with a significant responsibility to maintain and promote international peace and security. This is Ireland's fourth term on council, having previously served in 1961, 1981 to 82, and 2001 to 2002. Ireland, as the Representative Ireland, Michael Martin said, we will be dealing with some of the key immediate challenges facing the international community, including evolving situation in Afghanistan and ongoing concerns situation in Middle East. We sought a suite on UN Security Council to make a difference, to bring a principled, constructive, and open approach to its vital work of promoting peace and security. Ireland's Ireland's tenure on council is guided by three principles: building peace, strengthening prevention, and ensuring accountability. The Irish government is working to evacuate 36 of its citizens from Afghanistan. We are working with EU partners, the UK and USA, to make sure there are places on flights leaving Kabul for them. And since 2006, Irish Aid has provided funding over 9.5 million euro to Halo Trust demining program in Afghanistan. After 20 years of war, Taliban has swept victory in Afghanistan. Back then, Taliban forces have pledged not to allow Afghanistan to become a base for territory who could threaten the West. But questions are already being asked about the group governed the country. Freedoms. How Taliban to govern remains unclear. Women face an uncertain future. There are fears over women's freedom to work, to dress as they choose, or even to leave home under Taliban rule. Because during 1990s, the Taliban forced women to dress in certain ways and denied equal rights. Another major fear is that the country will once again become a training ground for terrorism. The Taliban are thought to be one of the wealthiest insurgent groups in the world. The Taliban support themselves by developing a number of income sources. The main ones are foreign donation, drug trade, as Afghanistan is world's largest producer of opium, expanding areas of control, mines and minerals. How can we make peace with Afghanistan? In my point of view, there is no military solution for this conflict. Only political discussion and peaceful negotiation. So let us all join our hands together and pass this conflict. I hereby concluding my statement. Madam President, if peace couldn't be made with Afghanistan, there will be a threat of growing drug addiction, terrorism around the world, and the people of Afghanistan would have an uncertain future. Thank you for listening to me by spending your valuable time. Thank you and have a good day ahead.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Mexico to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. We, the Republic of Mexico, welcomes with appreciation the delegates of Kenya for assuming the office of the President of Security Council for the month of October 2021.
Thank you.
Mexico welcomes the initiative taken by the United Nations General Assembly in proposing the consideration by the Assembly the item entitled The Issues in Afghanistan. We recall the Resolution 1833 that extends the NATO force ISAF mandate till October 13, 2009. The resolution recommended that targeting the Afghan civilians by armed groups and stressed that an increase in violence had a deleterious effect on the stabilization and the reconstruction efforts in Afghanistan. The resolution of November 1 in 1989 had made a great impact on Afghanistan. It also condemns in the strongest terms the deplorable attack
Distinguished delegate, sorry for the interruption. Your voice is cutting.
Delegate of Mexico, am I audible to you? Delegate of Mexico, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yeah, delegate. Actually, we lost the connection of you in between. No, you're not audible, delegate. Try reconnecting. We lost you in between, so that your speech got cut in between and the speech wasn't audible for everybody. No, your voice is still breaking. So what you can do is that try reconnecting once time. Now we'll move to the next speaker. Madam President, you may proceed with the next speaker and we can actually push the chance of the delegate of Mexico to the last. Thank you.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Niger to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, my Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. On behalf of my country, the delegate of Niger congratulates the delegate of Kenya for assuming as president on the month of October 2021.
Thank you.
After 20 years of war, the Taliban have swept to victory in Afghanistan. We completed the shockingly rapid advance across the country by capturing Kabul on 15 August. It came after foreign forces withdrew from Afghanistan following a deal between the US and the Taliban. 2 decades after US force removed the millions from power in 2001. The conflict have killed tens of thousands of people and displaced millions. Taliban forces have pledged not to allow Afghanistan to become a base for terrorists who could threaten the world. But questions are already being asked about how the Taliban will govern the country and what their rules mean for women, human rights, and political freedoms. All Afghans overwhelmingly want peace, but also want to present the country constitutional system that includes democracy, personal freedoms, a free media, and women's rights. Women faces an uncertain future. Women were not allowed to work. They were not allowed to be educated after the age of 8, and until they were permitted only to study the Quran. The Taliban allowed and in some cases encouraged the marriage of girls under the age of 18. A 2018 estimate by Afghan and US officials got that the Taliban included at least 60,000 fighters. This number have allowed the Taliban to remain a credible fighting force with the ability to win and hold territory. We must take our full efforts to restore peace and stability, promoting the rights and dignity of all Afghans and providing millions most in need. Swift action must change the current catastrophic strategy of violence and humanitarian. The recent Taliban offense that has led to record number of civilian casualties and targeted killings. With Afghanistan at a dangerous turning point, we must use the current opportunity to quickly reinvigorate peace talks and prevent the crisis from spilling across the national borders. International and regional efforts to restart intra-Afghan negotiations must be redoubled. A sustainable end to the conflict in Afghanistan can be only achieved through inclusive, just, durable, and realistic political settlement that uphold human rights, including for women, children, and minorities. The Council must prioritize incentives and red lines that will compel the Taliban to stop using terrorism for political ends. The return of chaos in the country would signal the terrorists that they can gain legitimacy and power through force. Our all efforts must work to prevent the civil war, make peace talks, and prevent terrorists from gaining strength. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Niger for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Norway to take the floor.
Good morning, delegates. Respected President, I congratulate the distinguished representative of Kenya on behalf of Norway on assuming the office of President on the Security Council in the month of October.
Thank you.
Today, the world is following events in Afghanistan with a heavy heart and deep disquiet. All of us have seen the real image of Afghanistan and the suffering faced by the Afghan people. And we have seen the problems, the unrest, the uncertainty, the fear of Afghan people. By this attack, the dreams of a generation of young Afghan women and girls, boys and men have been lost. The conflict has forced thousands of people to leave their motherland. The situation in Afghanistan is extremely serious. Over the last few weeks, the violent conflict is going against the national security and defense forces of Afghanistan. And now the country is collapsed entirely. The leadership of the central government has disintegrated and the Taliban took up the leadership of Afghanistan. The country and its population are now facing a major crisis of very significant proportion, suffering and hardship because of violent conflict, growth and food insecurity, and as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. We, the Security Council, should show our continued commitment to them in both words and action. In this unprecedented situation, Norway calls for an immediate end to the violence in Afghanistan, the restoration of security and civil order, and urgent talks to resolve the current crisis of constitutional authority and to arrive at a peaceful settlement. The reality the international community now must contend with is that the Taliban movement exercised de facto control over much of Afghan territory, including the capital Kabul. We have taken careful notes of the statements by the Taliban representatives during the last few days. This includes assurances that the security and safety of all Afghan diplomats and humanitarian workers will be guaranteed. It has been communicated that the government workers, whether military or civilian, will not face retribution of any kind. Furthermore, Taliban representatives have stated that the women and girls will have access to work and education. These are encouraging words. But the Taliban will be judged not by their words but by their actions in the days, weeks, and months ahead. How the Taliban conduct themselves in actual deed will matter a great deal in terms of whether and how the international community will be willing and able to relate to cooperate with a support of new Afghan government in which the Taliban participates. Restoring law and order in Kabul must have an utmost priority. There have been disturbing reports of looting and problem. The current situation at and around the Kabul International Airport is also unclear and deeply worried. We call on all parties to ensure that all the Afghan and foreign nationals who wish to leave the country can do so in a safe and orderly way. The ongoing violence across Afghanistan, including in urban areas, has caused grave harm in civilians, especially children, as well as destruction of services and damage to civilian infrastructure, including those providing water and sanitation, food and education and health services. Reports violations of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses in communities affected by the ongoing armed conflicts across the country and stress the urgent and imperative those relating to the protection of civilians. A sustainable end to the conflict in Afghanistan cannot be
Delegate of Norway, we lost a connection of you. I believe you can also come back later, just like the Honorable Delegate of Mexico. It's fine. Madam President, you may proceed with the next speaker.
I now invite
meaningful process. It must adhere Afghanistan international
Delegate of Mexico, you can pose. Sorry, delegate of Norway, you may pause for a minute, take a rest. Post which, once we are back, once we are done with the rest of the speakers, we will come back to you. So you may pose your speech now. The Honorable President will go to the next speaker. Thank you.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Russia to take the floor.
On behalf of my country, I congratulate the representative of Kenya for assuming the office and presiding over the Security Council for the month of October.
Thank you.
Madam President, Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, fellow delegates, thank you for your presence in the Security Council meeting to address the troubling situation of Afghanistan. And it is indeed a very troubling situation. But be reminded not to panic or get caught up in an ideological outrage that could potentially blind us to courses of action that we must take. This relates specifically to the West, which continues its insistence on imposing its ideological and developmental models on the rest of the world, so indent in its idealistic worldview. There are times to be idealistic, yes, but this is not one of them. Not when the lives and livelihoods of countless Afghan citizens hang in the balance. No, this is time for us to be pragmatic, to ask ourselves what is in the best interest of the nation of Afghanistan and its people, to act accordingly in order to promote unity and stability of the nation, to ensure the security of people and maintain its offers humanitarian aid and economic support to the new government of Afghanistan. We call upon the other great nations to do the same in order to facilitate a swift and peaceful settlement in Afghanistan. For if we fail to do the same, it will only empower the organizations which seek to destabilize a nation which does not need any more instability to threaten the security of its people. That being said, the Russian Federation is in no rush to recognize a government that took office by the use of armed forces in clear violation of the United Nations principles. However, we will continue our diplomatic interactions, provided that the Taliban keeps the promises that they made when they came into power, and they duly respond to our call for an inclusive government with representation from all ethnic groups from the diverse country of Afghanistan, thus ensuring the preservation of its cultural diversity. Let it also be known that the Russian Federation recognizes potential threats and have several reservations regarding them. What Russia does not want is the spread of extremism to other countries. Specifically of concern to the Russian Federation is the possible threat of the spread of jihadist movements into Uzbekistan or Tajikistan, which are nations which maintain close relations with Russia, and their destabilizations could potentially be the stepping stones to the destabilization of Russia itself. So we do hold significant stakes in this. To conclude, however, we would suggest that while we take these considerations and concerns into account and takes notes of them, also we resolve to deal with them at the earliest. However, we decide to focus on the moment at the most pressing matter at hand, which is the establishment of a stable and inclusive government for Afghanistan. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines would like to congratulate Kenya for assuming the presidential role during this October session.
Thank you.
Respected President, I thank you for the honor to make the statement on behalf of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We listened to the unraveling of the recent events in Afghanistan following the Taliban occupancy with a heavy heart. We fear for the future conditions of all civilians, especially the women and children, and the deplorable acts of violence, human rights abuse, and loss of life this reign brings. We call for the establishment of an effective dialogue, convinced that only the viable solution to this conflict is a negotiated political settlement. We understand that Afghanistan is on the brink of an economic catastrophe due to the cutoff of international aid, which had made up 40% of Afghanistan's GDP. The Taliban have so far funded their insurgency operations from illegal sources whose revenue is not sufficient to operate a fully functional government. We take note of the gender implications, leaving women and girls behind, compounding vulnerabilities. Afghan girls and women are set to lose the most from the Taliban takeover, given the restrictions placed on their participation in the society, including their right to education and work. Such rights will be highly restricted even in the best scenarios. We expect a major setback in the welfare of women as they fear they will be subjected to the inhuman ways of treatment during the 1990s and should work to ensure they retain their human rights. We also fear the possibility of Taliban becoming a safe haven for terrorist activity, mainly since the recent events at Kabul airport found to have been carried out by one of the released ISIS prisoners in Afghanistan. Even with the Taliban ensuring the safety of Afghan citizens, their links to ISIS, the Haqqani network, Al-Qaeda, and other extremist terrorist organizations instill fear as a chance of terrorist uprising in countries increase. We would like to highlight that during these dire conditions, Afghanistan is in the middle of a devastating drought, leaving almost half the country's children malnourished, while holding the second highest level of food insecurity, high levels of poverty, and a crumbling healthcare system. Afghanistan, after the long years of war, must dwell in peace, and we must make sure that the Taliban respects the international humanitarian law and allows the humanitarian organizations to carry out their vital work without hindering their operations. The Council must carefully consider its future decisions regarding such parties linked to terrorism. St. Vincent and the Grenadines pledge our support for all efforts to ensure peace and stability in Afghanistan and will address the humanitarian plights that the Afghan people are facing. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Tunisia to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes.
On behalf of Tunisia, congratulates the distinguished representative of Kenya for assuming the office of the Security Council presidency for the month of October 2021.
Thank you.
Greetings, Madam President, Mr. Secretary, world leaders, ambassador, and to all the distinguished delegates. It's an honor to be here and address you as the delegate of Tunisia. Now, in February 2020, the US and the Taliban signed an agreement that paved the way for the first direct talk between the Taliban and representative of the Afghan Republic since 2001. The nascent peace process has sparked hope for a political settlement to the fourth decade-long conflict, although slow progress and increasing level of violence threatened to derail the process before it began the momentum. The security situation throughout the country remains dire, with high levels of violence against civilians and Afghan security forces, even as the Taliban has refrained from attacking US forces. Afghan political unity remains fragile. Most Afghan overwhelmingly wants peace, but also wants to preserve the current constitutional system that includes democracy, personal freedoms, a free media, and women's rights. The Taliban has said little to reassure citizens that their views have changed from the extreme restrictions they have brutally enforced in the 1990s. In September 2021, the Taliban announced an interim government made up of hardline leaders. This regime will be known as the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Now, and the Taliban previously said to their government will be led by a religious leader and draw its legitimacy from clerics. They have not mentioned holding elections. No women or officials from the preceding government and only a few representatives from ethnic minority communities were included in the Taliban's cabinet. However, experts says that it's unlikely that the Taliban will meaningfully share power with any former government officials. The Taliban's leadership council is called the Rahbari Shura and is better known as the Quetta Shura. This council makes decisions for all political and military affairs of the emirate. According to the UN Monitor, it is currently led by Maulvi Hibatullah Akhundzada, who has not been seen publicly in years. The Leadership Council oversees various commissions. The commissions focus on areas including economics, education, health, and outreach. The Military Commission appoints shadow governors and battlefield commanders for each of Afghanistan's 34 provinces. The Political Commission led peace negotiation with the United States and has been based in Doha, Qatar. Until this takeover, the Taliban primarily earned revenue through criminal activities, including opium poppy cultivation, drug trafficking, extortion of local businesses, and kidnapping, according to the UN monitoring group. Estimates of these annual income range from 300 million to 1.6 billion. According to one estimate, they estimate around 460 million from opium poppy cultivation in 2020. They have also supplemented their income with illicit mining and donations from abroad. Despite strict UN sanctions, it remains unclear how the Taliban's revenue sources will change under the new regime. The uncertainties surrounding the shape of Taliban government also applies to questions regarding to the extent of which they will remorse the harsh policies and practices of their role from 1996 to 2001, including brutal punishment, implementation of an extreme interpretation of Islamic strictures governing everyday life, atrocities against minorities, and exclusion of women from education and the public sphere. Taliban figures have said they recognize mistakes were made during their prior regime and their lessons have been learned, but they have not been specific about what these mistakes and lessons are. Now, no government is rushing to congratulate the Taliban, and as yet there is no Taliban government formed to formally recognize for those who may be inclined to do so. Regional states with which the Taliban has cultivated relationships and that have hedged against the risk of their prior government's collapse by cultivating relations with the group in return can be expected to move towards recognition sooner rather than later. Tunisia looks at Afghanistan with optimism for collaboration. Tunisia is one of the most advanced countries in the region as far as women's rights are concerned. Gender parity is respected in access to healthcare and education. Currently, the rates of social, both primary, secondary, and tertiary levels do not discriminate girls who in fact account for more than 50% of enrolled students. Much will also depend on how the Taliban decides to govern Afghanistan and the group's actions in the weeks ahead. But it is not too soon to begin evaluating whether there's any set of policies and practices the Taliban might plausibly implement that could meet conditions of recognition, sanction lifting, and potentially support from donors and international institutions. And to conclude, I would say that Tunisia is keenly watching the development unfolding under Taliban's Afghanistan. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tunisia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of United Kingdom to take the floor.
Madam President, Secretary General, Ambassador, and a distinguished delegate, a good day to all. As a representative of the United Kingdom, I am here to give a statement about the current situation of Afghanistan. The delegate of United Kingdom congratulate the distinguished delegate of Kenya on assuming the President of Security Council on the month of October 2021. What is happening in Afghanistan is a tragedy. We have long believed that the only path to a sustainable peace in Afghanistan and regional stability lay in a negotiable political settlement. We have worked hard to breathe life into peace negotiations between Afghan government and the Taliban, working closely with the US, our leading allies, and the regional powers. The Taliban pledged at Doha to engage in those talks in good faith. Their actions on the ground have betrayed that promise. The Taliban must immediately do the following. First, they need to cease all hostilities and military action to ensure the protection of civilians and to allow safe and orderly departure of foreign nationals and others who wish to live. Further, they must commit unequivocally not to harbor or give safe haven to terrorist groups which endanger the other countries. Also, Taliban must honor their promise to protest and uphold human rights, including those of women, girls, and minorities. We have seen the Taliban human rights abuse in areas where they have taken control, including persecution of minority groups, harsh situation on women allegations of forced marriage, and using civilians as human shield. If Taliban continue to abuse human rights, they cannot expect to enjoy any legitimacy in the eyes of Afghan people or in the international community. Fragile security situation. Afghanistan is now facing a catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Lack of access has masked the true scale of problem. Half the population were already in need of humanitarian assistance at the start of the year, and the situation is much worse now. The Taliban must respect the international humanitarian law and permit humanitarian organizations to continue their work with unhindered safe access to those in need. United Kingdom has long been a leading provider of humanitarian aid to Afghans, both in Afghanistan and the region. Over recent years, UK has been proud to be one of the leading contributors to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. United Kingdom forces are deployed to Afghanistan in support of the UN-authorized NATO-led International Security Assistance Force mission and as part of US-led Operation Enduring Freedom. United Kingdom operations in Afghanistan have been conducted under the name Operation Hurricane. UK's involvement has helped to create the opportunity for a more secure, stable, and increasingly self-sufficient future for Afghanistan. United Kingdom has become involved in a wide range of projects to improve education, healthcare, and governance. This made a difference to the lives of many Afghans. Many children now attend the school. 40% of them are girls, which would be unthinkable under Taliban control. Access to primary health care has increased from 9% in 2003 to over half of the population now. Maternal mortality has halved since 2001. UK aid has focused on improving governance and providing humanitarian assistance. We will continue to work with our partners to deliver a more stable and inclusive Afghanistan for all its people. UK will use its presidency of the G7 and the membership to help approach such closer coordination and to address the humanitarian plight that the Afghan people now face. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of United Kingdom for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of United States to take the floor.
Greetings to the Madam President and honorable delegates. The US delegation would like to start by addressing the immense support that has been handed to the citizens of Afghan in need from all over the world, and would extend its gratitude and felicitation to Kenya for assuming office for the month of October 2021 in behalf of the United States.
Thank you.
It has been 40 years that Afghanistan has been at war. The country has very little erudition of what's called tranquility. The events that led up to the insurgency of the Taliban in the country are an example of how vital the unified hands of all the international community are needed towards the betterment of the situation in Afghanistan. The international conflict of Afghanistan that commenced in 2001 had gone through four stages. One is the toppling of the Taliban who are keen to provide sanctuaries for Al-Qaeda, the perpetrators of 9/11 attacks. Two is the strategy of the United States in overthrowing and supporting to fortify and reconstitute the core of. 3 was the incoming US troops in Afghan, which was implemented to provide protection to the reintegrate insurgents into Afghan society. The strategy came coupled with a timetable for the withdrawal of the Allied forces from Afghanistan. Beginning in 2011, security responsibilities were gradually handed over to the military and the police of Afghan. The International Security Assistance Force, which was engendered by the UN Security Council, for which the United States has given the majority of assistance in form of troops who are trained in availing them, achieve vigor. The fourth being the Taliban commencing an offensive against Afghan to take power and control after the NATO forces commenced withdrawing, the same way they have done in the past, recently. President Biden tried to reinterrupt the America's foreign policies from realist, nationalist security point of view. In the US's last days in Afghanistan, the American military coordinated with the Taliban to ensure airport security for the people of US deporting from Afghan. Recently, the US delegation met with the senior Taliban representative to fixate on security, terrorism concern, and the assurance of human rights and constitutional participation of all Afghans in Afghan society. The United States reiterated the concern for safe passage for US denizens and Afghan partners still seeking to leave the country. The United States delegation likes to re-emphasize, and solidify that the attacks on civilian and civilian objects must cease. Recently, the Taliban have commenced closing schools for girls and reportedly have given an ultimatum to the residing Sikhs to convert country and fundamental rights for all civilians in Afghanistan, particularly of women, children, and members of minority groups, must be recognized and respected. The United States delegation further stressed the necessity of Afghanistan not becoming a terrorist training ground or base again, which might harm the lives of Afghan citizens as well as represent a international threat. United States also to extend aid and serve Afghans in need. As President Biden has expressed in his speech, the US wasn't cognizant of this, nor could the US soothsay the strength of the troops it trained after the disbandment of the ISAF and NATO. The US delegation refused to give any political recognition to the self-imposed military government, but is a while in providing humanitarian support that will go directly to the Afghan people. This conflict has killed tens of thousands of people and displaced millions. Under the Taliban regime, the future of girls, the rights of women and minorities are carried due to the past events. There is no doubt the astonishing celerity of the Taliban's triumphs will distribute a tremendous boost to extremist groups everywhere. The US vigorously believes the need to impose paramountcy of human rights and the desideratum to enforce the conception of the Afghan denizens living stout-heartedly and constant war. They too have the right to live without the need to fear for their life and their future. The help and support from the international communities are much needed now more than ever. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of United States for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Vietnam to take the floor.
Madam President, am I audible?
Yeah.
On behalf of Vietnam, the delegate of Vietnam congratulates the distinguished representative of Kenya on assuming the office of presidency for the month of October 2021.
Thank you.
Peace does not mean an absence of conflicts. Differences will always be there. Peace means solving these differences through peaceful means, through dialogue, education, knowledge, and humane ways. And that's exactly what the United Nations Security Council is. Respected Madam President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. The delegate of Vietnam feels it's truly an honor to speak about the current situation in Afghanistan for people who are willing to lend an ear. History repeats itself, but in such a cunning design that we never detect the resemblance until the damage is done. This can be seen in the case of Afghanistan, as of the moment, being compared to the event that happened half a century ago, the fall of Saigon in 1975. The fall of Saigon, also known as Liberation of Saigon, by North Vietnamese was the capture of Saigon, the capital of North Vietnam, South Vietnam by the People's Army of Vietnam and the Viet Cong on 30th April 1975. This event marked the end of the Vietnam War. The heart-shattering event taking place in Afghanistan need not be explained because during the past few months, all anyone does is discuss it, and hopefully those discussions, like this one, results in peace in Afghanistan. Both Vietnam and Afghanistan have what you might call not the most peaceful past. In the case of Afghanistan, the present too. If Vietnam can emerge out of its dark era with the help of various countries, then so can Afghanistan. A perfect example involving the kindness of other countries can be seen in the situations of the current Afghanistan and the past Vietnam, where refugees have been taken in by a plethora of countries in both cases. The media likened the fiasco that unfolded in Kabul to the humiliating American abandonment of their embassy in Saigon, April 1975. In both Saigon then and Kabul now, similar images that can almost be called twins of chaotic evacuations of Americans and thousands of locals who worked with them, trying desperately to board US military aircraft to escape imprisonment, torture, or death. And in both cases, American trained and well-equipped militaries lost the will to fight when US forces departed. Yet, differences are present. The US got involved with Afghanistan to contain Islamic extremism and infiltrate and destroy Al-Qaeda while attempting to export democracy and Afghanistan into the global economy, while US's engagement with Vietnam was to stop the spread of communism. Another distinction is that several million Vietnamese women served in the military during the war, particularly in the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. While in Afghanistan, women are struggling in the fight for their rights. The unity between genders that took place in Vietnam during the war shows how important each person is in the struggle to attain unity and peace. The UN must monitor humanitarian aid distribution provided to Afghanistan to make sure everyone receives it in an equitable way. All the points expressed earlier are the global viewpoints. As of the moment, the country of Vietnam is abstaining from having an opinion because Vietnam considers it an internal matter of Afghanistan. With these words, the delegate of Vietnam would like to conclude. Thank you for your time.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam for her statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Mexico to take the floor.
I hope I'm audible right now.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable President. We, the Republic of Mexico, welcomes with appreciation the delegate of Kenya for assuming the office of the President of Security Council for the month of October 2021.
Thank you.
We, Mexico, welcomes the initiative taken by the United Nations Security Council in proposing for consideration by the Assembly the item entitled Issues in Afghanistan. We recall Resolution 1833 that extends the NATO force ISAF mandate till October 13, 2009. The resolution of November 1, 1989 emphasized the importance of Geneva Accords and encouraged the Secretary General to facilitate a political solution to the problems in Afghanistan and northern Pakistan. We also condemned in the strongest terms of deplorable attacks of August 16, 2021 near Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, which were claimed by the Islamic State in Khorasan province and resulted in deaths and injuries of over 300 civilians and 28 military personnel. And take note of the Taliban condemnation of this attack. We also demand that Afghan territory not be used to threaten or attack any country or to shelter or train terrorists or to plan or to finance terrorist attacks, and reiterates the importance of combating terrorism in Afghanistan, including those individuals and entities designated pursuant and know Taliban's relevant commitments. We reaffirm the importance of upholding human rights, including those of women, children, and minorities, encourages all parties to seek an inclusive, negotiated political statement with the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women that responds to the desire of Afghans to sustain and build on Afghanistan's gains for the last 20 years in adhere to the rule of law, and underlines that all parties must respect their obligations. Mexico also notes that the continuing discrimination against women and violence against them in different parts of Afghanistan must come to an end. On this occasion, we take note of the dangerous security situation around Hamid Karzai International Airport and expresses concern that intelligence indicates further terrorist attacks may take place in that area, and calls on the relevant parties to work with international partners to take steps to strengthen security and prevent further casualties, and request that every effort be made to allow for the rapid and secure reopening of the Kabul airport and the surrounding area. Mexico also notes with concern that the Taliban government consists of several individuals who have been notified as terrorists by the United Nations, and such a thing must not happen to any other country or country's government in the future. Hence, I request the Honorable President and the other esteemed members of the Security Council to consider this as an issue of high importance and make decisions on high priority on this matter. We, Mexico as a country, has studied the situation and issues in Afghanistan and has decided to remain seized of the matter. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Norway to take the floor.
Before the delegate of Norway proceeds, delegate of Norway, half of your speech was audible. However, you got cut in between. So just to ensure that everybody hears the whole language of the speech made by the honorable delegate of Norway, that is the reason we are going for this repetition.
Norman, it's not clear. Can you repeat?
Am I audible now? Hello?
No, your sound is low.
Oh yeah, okay. So delegate of Norway, what I would like to say here is that delegate, you got cut in between. So since you got cut in between, there has to be a repetition of your speech so that it would be audible for everybody. So that's the reason we are requesting you to go again. Madam Norway, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, delegates. Respected Madam President, I congratulate the distinguished representative of Kenya on behalf of Norway on assuming the office of President on the Security Council in the month of October. Today, the world is full of events in Afghanistan with a heavy heart and deep disquiet. All of us have seen the real image of Afghanistan and the suffering faced by the Afghan people. We have seen the problems, the unrest, the uncertainty, the fear of Afghan people. By this attack, the dreams of a generation of young Afghan women and girls, boys and men have been lost. The conflict has forced thousands of people to leave their motherland. The situation in Afghanistan is extremely serious. Over the last few weeks, the violent conflict is going against the national security and defense forces of Afghanistan. And now the country is collapsed entirely. The leadership of central government has disintegrated and the Taliban took up the leadership of Afghanistan. The country and its population are now facing a major crisis of very significant proportion, suffering and hardship because of violent conflict, growth and food security, and as well as the COVID-19 pandemic and other infectious diseases like polio and measles have made the country a great crisis. We, the Security Council, should show our continued commitment to them in both words and action. In this unprecedented situation, Norway calls for an immediate end to the violence in Afghanistan, the restoration of security and civil order, and urgent talks to resolve the current crisis of constitutional authority and to arrive a peaceful settlement. The reality the international community now must contend with is that the Taliban movement exercised de facto control over much of Afghan territory, including the capital Kabul. We have taken careful notes on the statements by the Taliban representatives during the last few days. This includes assurances that the security and safety of all Afghan diplomats and humanitarian workers will be guaranteed. It has been communicated that the government workers, whether military or civilians, will not face retribution of any kind. Furthermore, Taliban representatives have stated that the women and girls will have access to work and education. These are encouraging words. But the Taliban will be judged not by their words but by their actions in the days, weeks, and months ahead. How the Taliban conduct themselves in actuality will matter a great deal in terms of whether and how the international community will be willing and able to relate the cooperate and the support of future new Afghan government. Restoring law and order in Kabul must have an utmost priority. We have been disturbing reports of looting and problems. The current situation at and around Kabul International Airport is also unclear and deeply worried. We call on all parties to ensure that all Afghan and foreign nationals who wish to leave the country can do so in a safe and orderly way. The ongoing violence across Afghanistan, including in urban areas, have caused grave harm in civilians, especially children, as well as the abrasion of services and damage to civilian infrastructure, including those providing water and sanitation, food and education and health services. Safe access to this service must be immediately restored. We are deeply concerned about the number of reported serious violations of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses in communities affected by the ongoing armed conflict across the country and stress the urgent and imperative need to bring the perpetrator to justice. All parties must respect their obligation under international humanitarian law in all circumstances, including those relating to the protection of civilians. A sustainable end to the conflict of Afghanistan can only be achieved through an inclusive, just, durable, and realistic political settlement that upholds human rights, especially for women, children, and minorities. We express our support for the ongoing political and diplomatic efforts centered by both Doha and Kabul to ensure the transition that is orderly and prevent further bloodshed. The future new government must be united, inclusive, representative, and participatory. You should have a full, equal, and meaningful participation of women. It must adhere to Afghanistan international obligation, including with regards to respecting universal humanitarian. Finally, for peace builders, human rights defenders, journalists, and media workers. In this current situation, we, the Council, and the wider international community all have a responsibility to ensure the protection and must use all means of support and diplomatic and political channels to amplify their voice and protect them from harm. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nova for her statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Kenya. The Taliban has returned to power in Afghanistan 20 years after they are ousted by US troops, sparking concern that they will impose harsh rule, neglect to provide basic services, and abuse human rights. Violence across Afghanistan continued in 2021 and 2020 as the United States increased airstrikes and raids targeting the Taliban. Meanwhile, the Taliban attacked Afghan government and Afghan security, focused targets, and made territorial gains. Most Afghan overwhelming want peace, but also wants to preserve the constitutional system that includes democracy, personal freedom, a free media, and women's rights. The factors causing the current mess in Afghanistan, to name a few, would include incompatible political and economic institutions, corruption, ethnic conflict, foreign interventions, and a lack of political will. Most of these are interrelated and suggest that institutions are the key to mitigate the challenge of good governance in Afghanistan. The UN mission should continue to report regularly and publicly on abuse against women, girls, minorities, children, detainees, people with disabilities, and other at heightened risk of right violations, Human Rights Watch said. The mission should also support protection efforts, including by monitoring and reporting on reprisals against people such as those associated with the former Afghan government, foreign governments, and forces previously based on Afghanistan, media organization and human rights and other civil society organizations. A substantial share of population is expected to move below the poverty line, reflecting negative impact through the employment and price channels. 10 million Afghans are vulnerable to falling into poverty, living with income between 1 and 1.5 times the poverty line. The food security system will also deteriorate with potential long-term negative impact given Afghanistan young population. The mission board and flexible mandate can continue in such areas as human rights, protection of civilians, violations and abuse against children, humanitarian access, and the full, equal, meaningful participation of women in all levels of decision making. Afghanistan's obligation under international humanitarian refugee and human rights law. Full, safe, and unhindered access of humanitarian workers, especially women, and the protection of civilians. Afghans and the international citizens who wish to depart must be allowed to do so. Roads, airport, and boat crossing must remain open and plan must be made. The Afghan people deserve to live in safety, security, and dignity. We in the international community stand ready to assist them. Thank you. I'm assuming the position of President of Security Council on the month of October 2021. Some of the distinguished delegates of General Assembly have requested to make a statement on today's agenda. I intend to give the distinguished delegate the floor in accordance with the rules and procedure of the Security Council. The statement will be read in the alphabetical order. Does any distinguished delegate of Security Council has any objection on it? So, I now invite the distinguished delegate of Iran to take the floor.
Respected President and the distinguished delegates, first of all, the delegation of Iran would like to congratulate the representative of Kenya on assuming the office of Security Council in the month of October. Afghanistan shares a relatively long history with Iran. Iran is also an important economic partner. It has provided Afghanistan with up to $500 million in development aid and is one of the Afghanistan's major trading partners. On August 15, the Taliban took over Kabul with the capital in their hands. The hardline Islamist militant group completed their takeover of Afghanistan in quick offensive that saw the provinces and warlords give up without a fight. Iran has had a rocky relationship with the Taliban. The group killed Iranian diplomatic personnel and Iranian journalists at Iran's consulate with the northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif in 1998, during the years when it last controlled most of Afghanistan. These murders earned the Taliban a reputation of viciousness among the Iranian public, and the government came close to ordering the military response. Tehran actively supported the US in ousting the Taliban and setting up new government in Kabul in 2001. But Iran has also pragmatically worked with the Taliban when it had to, particularly from the 2010s onwards, even forging links with parts of groups as a way to hedge its bets and maintain some influence with a powerful force in Afghanistan that was rapidly regaining strength. The Iranian authorities have cautiously welcomed Afghanistan's new rulers, stressing that
Okay. I'm gonna take the call.
So you're unmuted.
stressing that Tehran will base its policy on the Taliban's behavior. During a speech on August 28, Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei said, "The nature of our relations with the government depends on the nature of their relations with us." Finally, Iran once again faced a serious threat on its eastern frontier if the Taliban failed to establish stability and security in Afghanistan and deter extremist and terrorist groups such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda. In fact, it is not yet clear Al-Qaeda global terror net. It's not clear that whether Taliban have actually severed ties with Al-Qaeda's global terror network. As Afghanistan's immediate neighbor, Iran stands to face the most pressing security challenges from potential new wave of terrorism emanating from the country. The Taliban have won the war, now they have to govern Afghanistan. The transition presents an enormous test for the group in a desperately poor, diplomatically isolated country where deep-seated political and social problems have been compounded by more than 4 decades of war. Here are some challenges facing by Afghan Taliban. Lack of trust, diplomatic isolations, etc. To achieve stability, effective governance, and prosperity, Afghanistan needs to reform and restructure its political institutions. This is a tall order in a country that is still reeling from years of turmoil, but it's not impossible. The US Institute of Peace and the UK-based Overseas Development Institute held a panel discussion in London on July 10 that explored concrete steps and reforms that should be taken before 2020 to provide the foundation for long-term political stability. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iran for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Pakistan to take the floor.
Delegate of Pakistan, are you present?
Yes.
Please
Am I
Yes, delegate.
Okay. So, first of all, on behalf of my country, Pakistan, I congratulate the representative of Kenya on assuming the office as the President of the Security Council on October.
Thank you.
I shall start with the words said by the founder of Pakistan, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who once said, "The weak and the defenseless in this imperfect world invite aggression from others." Hello, distinguished delegates and honored guests. Good morning to one now present here. The word security implies the absence of real or perceived threats, whether originating from the internal turmoil, external sources, or incumbent economic disparities and inequalities. To effectively deal with such threats, nations not only seek power and take adequate measures, either to ward them off or to minimize their perceived adverse impact, but their efforts are also directed to acquire more and more power and to inculcate a sense of security among the citizens. Pakistan officially joined the UN on 30th September 1947, just over a month after it came into existence. Pakistan's commitment and participation in UN is across the board. We have actively participated in discussions at the UN on a host of issues, including the human rights, the environment, development, human rights, climate change, and the international law. Pakistan generally presents full resolutions annually in the UN General Assembly, and they are aimed at reinforcing the global norms and regional disarmament. Pakistan has been a leading voice for the reform of Security Council to make it more democratic, inclusive, and accountable through reform of its membership and improvement in its working method. Sandwiched by between India and Afghanistan, Pakistan's security perceptions have been largely influenced by its state of relationship with India and Afghanistan. Today, Pakistan is confronted with a three-threat scenario: the perennial threat from India, Afghanistan, and the threat from a changing domestic situation. The threat from Afghanistan did not acquire alarming proportion until the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in December 1979. Since then, Pakistan-Afghanistan relations have experienced many changes. Developments further complicated the situation. There is no doubt that people from both Pakistan and Afghanistan have great regard for each other, but the policies are made by the ruling groups. 6 issues have been impacting Pakistan-Afghanistan relations rather consistently since the emergence of Pakistan as an independent country, and each of them has taken some toll on the Pak-Afghan reservoir of hope. For Pakistan, Afghanistan's peace, stability, and territorial integrity is extremely desirable for a number of reasons. Therefore, Pakistan's policy towards Afghanistan will continue to make extra efforts with a view to a stable and peaceful next-door neighbor. Not only is Afghanistan a neighbor, but it houses a substantive Pashtun population and has an old trading relation with Pakistan. In addition, the desired gas from Turkmenistan can only be produced once the situation in Afghanistan stabilizes. The turmoil in Afghanistan has not only blocked the Pakistan access to Central Asian states and adversely impacted upon Pakistan's potential as an energy and trade corridor, but also seriously affected the stability in FATA. It needs to be mentioned here, more than 4 million Afghan refugees, took shelter in Pakistan after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, and continued to live in Pakistan even after the Soviets departed. Even today, there are more than 2 million Afghan refugees in Pakistan. However, Pakistan has undertaken many constructive measures in order to curb these terrorism. The Taliban takeover of the country could once again turn Afghanistan into a terrorist safe haven, as a group believed to maintain ties with Al-Qaeda. The takeover has also threatened to reverse advances made in securing the rights of women and girls. Thus, a fresh start, new energy, and opening a new era to improve security must be the prime concern of countries in order to retain stability and the rights of humanity. Thank you and have a great day.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Syria to take the floor.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are audible.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Syria would like to congratulate the distinguished representative of Kenya for assuming the office of the President for the October session.
Thank you.
We, the country of Syria, has always had a mirrored history with Afghanistan. The US and NATO war in Afghanistan started 20 years ago with the initial goal to eliminate Al-Qaeda. The justification for its continued presence over the past 2 decades resembled a shifting goalpost, enduring strategies of counterinsurgency, state building, and diplomacy over many years have failed to provide stability and everlasting peace. Today, the world has realized that claims made by US and the NATO are indeed very empty. Today, the world has realized that the claims made by the US and the NATO for having spent the last 20 years training and equipping Afghan security forces for creating a powerful and capable Afghan army was only an empty promise. They were indeed creating ghost soldiers. Peace negotiations were used as political cover for withdrawal. They did so without ever initiating a credible plan and with no peace negotiation. All this has resulted in the peace being delivered in pieces. All these years of uncertainty has culminated in an economic crisis in Afghanistan. Rapid reduction in international grant support, loss of access to offshore assets, and disruption to financial linkages are expected to lead to a major contraction of the economy, increasing poverty and macroeconomic instability. The Taliban-led Afghan government has the inclination and authority to deliver suspension of violence and has the capacity for achieving more permanent peaceful and political status. The Taliban was victorious not because of its military might, economic strength, and technical expertise, but because of the religious and social weight that it has in Afghan society. The recent statements made by the Taliban government has proved that Taliban aims to form only an Islamic government and will not pose a threat to any other country. The government also added that they will fully adhere to the US deal and prevent the Afghan soil being used as a base for terrorism. It should be clear by now that Taliban today is very different from the Taliban of 1996 to 2001. The fighting is over in Afghanistan and it is time for the Afghans to rebuild their devastated country. But they need help. So we, the Syrian government, declare our support and would engage with Taliban as it leads the effort to build back the economy and initiate everlasting peace and stability. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Syria for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan to take the floor.
Good morning, Madam and all members. First, I would like to congratulate the delegate of Kenya on behalf of Uzbekistan as a member of Security Council on the month of October 2021. Afghanistan is a country in South Asia. Afghanistan, officially the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, is a landlocked country at the crossroads of Central Asia and South Asia. It is bordered by Pakistan to the east and south, Iran to the west, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan to the north, and Tajikistan and China to the northeast, occupying 6,52,864 square kilometers. Its population as of 2020 is 31.4 million, composed mostly of ethnic Pashtuns, Tajikis, Hazars, and Uzbeks. Kabul serves as its capital and largest city. The Taliban were founded in 1994 in order to impose a Oriental Islamic order on Afghanistan. A 2018 estimate by Afghan and US officials gauged that Taliban included at least 60,000 fighters. These numbers have allowed the Taliban to remain a credible fighting force with the ability to win and hold territory. According to the October 2018 report, the Taliban controlled more territory in Afghanistan than it had since 2001, up to 45% of the country. The Taliban have operated as an insurgent force attempting to expel N8 forces from Afghanistan and defeat the democratically elected Afghan government. As Western force has begun to withdraw from the country in recent years and government authority have weakened, Taliban forces have filled the vacuum. After 20 years of war, the Taliban have swept to victory in Afghanistan. The group completed their shocking rapid advance across the country by capturing Kabul on 15th August. It came after foreign forces withdrew from Afghanistan following a deal between the US and Taliban 2 decades after US forces removed the militants from power in 2001. The conflict has killed tens of thousands of people and displaced millions. Taliban forces have pledged not to allow Afghanistan to become a base for territories who could threaten the West. But questions are already being asked about how the group will govern the country and what their rule means for women's human rights and political freedoms. The first direct peace that talks between the Taliban and the Afghan governments begin in Doha, Qatar in September 2020. The United States agreed with the Taliban to remove combat forces in exchange for Taliban grant guarantees on counterterrorism and starting negotiation with the Afghan governments on a political settlement and a ceasefire. 2 months after the Taliban took control of Afghanistan, the country is grappling with twin economic and humanitarian crisis, the response to which has been complicated by international aid cuts off, the freezing of Afghanistan foreign exchange reserve and sanitation of militants. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan for her statement. Distinguished delegate, we have now concluded the debate on the situation of Afghanistan. I now adjourn the formal session of the Security Council. Sir,
Okay, very good. Now,
shall we begin with formal session? Or
yes, informal session.
sorry, informal session?
Yeah. So you must say that draft resolution is under consideration of the council. To come to an agreement on the text, we will now conduct informal consultations. Only members of the Security Council can participate. The guests are not to participate. Right?
Okay, sir.
You don't have to say, but if anybody asks for the floor, you don't give anybody any floor. Only the members of the Security Council.
Okay.
And then you go by paragraph and ask for comments. All right?
Sir, will we get them break for 10 minutes?
If you want to.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I believe it would be appropriate so that delegates can also, refresh themselves, maybe.
What did you say? I didn't hear that.
No, you are not audible.
Am I audible now? I think I'm audible for the rest of everyone.
Yeah,
because
no, I didn't hear it also.
Okay, sir, then it's fine. Sir, I was just suggesting that if break would be allocated to every delegate so that they can refresh for some time and maybe come back together, maybe use the washrooms or things like that.
You are elaborating the break.
No,
They
sir,
can do
it's
other
fine.
things.
No, no,
All
it's
right, they
fine.
can do whatever they want.
No, I was just suggesting. I was just suggesting.
Okay, the president can give a time for them to come back.
So we will meet after 10 minutes.
Understood, sir. So I
Hello?
just got a yes, sir. I just got a question like
Yeah, go
in
ahead.
the informal section, do we place comments or we make amendments?
Whatever. If you have no amendments, you can make comments. If you have comments, you have to amendments, you can make amendments.
Okay, sir. Both can be happened, right? We can oppose other
Yes,
countries. We can contribute.
together. Each paragraph you say, this paragraph is acceptable except for this one, so I would like to propose an amendment. But this is very informal. You can casually speak. You don't have to be very, of course, you have to be polite, but people can interrupt you in point of order, do various things to make it interesting. So, yeah. And it's
Yes,
a
sir.
controversial subject. So you will have on the one side the friends of the Taliban. That is Pakistan #1, China #2, and Iran. Sorry, what is that? And Russia. Okay, so they will speak. They will try to take the resolution to their direction. And the United States, India will take the lead in opposing, supporting Taliban. So that clash you will see, or you must create that situation. And the others are more or less neutral. They have a neutral position. But I was surprised that in the debate nobody mentioned terrorism. Why is that? I've been stressing that right from the beginning. The issue is this, that many of the cabinet members of the Taliban government are terrorists so recognized by the United Nations.
Excuse me, sir. I have mentioned it like it is
Excuse me, sir. I have
Taliban
also
government has the.
mentioned that.
What did you say?
Yes, I have
I
also
said,
mentioned that.
You said what?
I have mentioned in my statement, sir. Most of them are terrorists.
Did you say?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
What?
I
Oh,
mentioned
India.
that.
Yeah. India said, I know that.
Sir, can I repeat my statement again?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The France remain committed to not have any relationship with a newly formed de facto government consisting of dozens of UN-listed terrorists without inclusiveness of the women and from the minority. We don't believe a guerrilla warfare group can handle a country.
Okay,
The people
good.
of Afghanistan. Thank you, sir.
Good. But why do you say dozens of them? There are no dozens of them. That's an exaggeration.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I will just take that in mind.
You should be careful with that. You're a
Yes,
cabinet.
sir.
You cannot have a dozen terrorists. Only three.
Definitely, sir. Yeah, sir.
Okay. So try to bring it into the text. You try. Of course, China will not allow you, and others will not. So, but you should not hesitate. You must push for your country's position. India should be, of course, very polite, but at the same time very firm against the Taliban government. And India chaired the Security Council meeting on this resolution, but now India is not the president. So India can also argue why this resolution should be stronger. And you will get the support of the Americans and those who are friendly to America.
So can I object any statement in the draft resolution?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Object means to correct it. You say that this is not acceptable to my country.
Okay.
And suggest another set of words. So if nobody objects to what you say, then it will go into the resolution.
Okay, sir.
They will not allow that. They will say that we will vote against the resolution. Our idea is to have a unanimous resolution, blah, blah, blah. And so they will request you to withdraw. That's what normally happens. Because this draft has been prepared by the Secretariat. That's how it happens. It is not done by the delegates. So the Secretariat takes the whole situation into account and drafts a resolution. And then you either strengthen it or dilute it, depending on the country's position.
Sir, I just have a clarification to make. So when we're reading the draft resolution and any delegate from the Security Council makes an amendment, okay, and if any permanent member have an opposes it, can we pass it after all? No, right?
No. Okay. Permanent members have no special position in the informal consultations. But they can say that if you accept this amendment, we are going to veto this resolution. Right?
Okay.
So they can say that, but they don't have any, they cannot veto it in the informal group. But they always do that. They want the delegation, okay, you put your draft. Problem is that it will not be adopted because I'm going to veto it. And then then they will change then they'll try for a compromise. That is the advantage of being permanent members. You can sit quietly and say we'll veto. And they do that all the time.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
But make it interesting. Everybody should argue and, try to give the president a hard time. So what's happening? I can see Sajeev. Are you there, Sajeev? Your picture is there. You're not there. Now I want to ask you about the concluding ceremony.
Hello. Sir,
Yeah.
did you call out for me?
Sorry?
Nothing, sir. Nothing, sir. Continue. You may continue. I'm sorry.
You got a call from me?
No, sir. It's fine. It's fine. I just got mistaken only. There was a communication error.
Hi, sir.
Sajeev.
Yes, sir.
So when do we have the concluding session? It's better to have it after lunch.
Yeah, after lunch.
Because now it's already 11 o'clock.
Okay.
But actually, if we finish by 12 o'clock, we can also have the concluding session immediately. But I think they have invited the sponsor and so on. So Dina can tell us what the situation is.
1 minute.
Is Dina there?
Yeah, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm here.
Tell
Sir,
me.
sir, it will be ideal to have the valedictory function soon after the lunch, sir. Maybe by 2 o'clock. We'll start by 2.
So that you can give that time to others, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, because we have already informed our sponsors and the head of the institutions as well. So they might be joining then.
But they will all not come to the school.
No.
They're only joining from, because we don't want a crowd there.
Yeah, okay.
They can all sign in from their respective places.
That's right, sir.
And the MC has got the schedule.
Right.
And Rajesh knows about it, that he has to welcome, presumably.
I trust he is aware. I will reconfirm it now, sir, because he also agreed to this program schedule, which we have posted in the group that day.
That was several days ago.
Yeah.
Better give him a call, remind him.
Yeah, sure, sir. Okay, okay, sir.
Whoever else is speaking. You don't have to remind me, but who else is speaking there? The welcome speech you already have for the German delegate, right?
Yeah, right, sir. And welcome speech is by Rajesh sir. He's delivering the welcome address. And Alfie sir has also promised to join to give a felicitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then what
That is the addition. Out of thanks, Nikita will be delivering, sir.
Yes. So before 2 o'clock, the judges would have made up their minds.
That's right. I will be sharing the details which they have shared, and we'll make a final discussion.
Yeah, we'll speak on the phone after
True, sir. Yeah, right.
the adjournment. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegates, we will be resuming back to the sessions sharp at 11 a.m. So everybody please be there on time. All delegates who are back in the session are requested to turn on their camera. We will start the session exactly at 11 a.m.
Distinguished delegates, I have a request to all of you. A feedback form has been posted in the chat box. Please kindly fill it.
Okay, before you call the meeting to order, I want to tell you something about the backdrop of the Security Council. Have you noticed it? It's been very well created by Sajeev. Sajeev, thank you for that. And this is a major attraction of the United Nations Security Council Hall. Well, now it has been covered because many delegations are projecting. Electronics have come, and therefore they are all projecting their speeches and so on. And there is no other place to do it. So what they have done is they have covered the mural. Very unfortunate. So I'll just read about that mural. You should know. The UN Security Council mural is an oil painting by Norwegian artist Per Kron, exhibited at the United Nations in New York City since August 22, 1952. So this has been there since then, but of course it has been renovated and touched up occasionally. The mural, a 16 into 26 foot long canvas located on the United Nations Security Council's east wall, features a central image of a rising phoenix surrounded by images of war and disharmony near the mural's bottom and more tranquil images at the top. So the central piece is a phoenix, the bird that comes out of the ashes. You know about that. So, and then the mural, accompanied by the renovations to the Security Council by Norwegian architect Amsten Annenberg. This is not only the painting, not only the mural, but also all the furniture in the Security Council hall has come from Norway as a gift. It was commissioned by the Norwegian government as a gift from Norway to the United Nations. In 2013, Norway's foreign minister stated that Trond's ambition was to give the United Nations a chamber that could inspire those working in it to carry out the core of the United Nations mandate. There has been some controversy. Los Angeles Times called it imaginative, while the BBC described it as the world's worst mural, at which I have sat and gazed for many bewildering hours, he said. So it is it's not unanimous praise. So Los Angeles Times said it was a very good one, but BBC didn't agree. And it is confusing. You have to watch it very closely to see what is good and what is bad in it. So whether it is appropriate for is a question, but then it's a gift from the Norwegian government. So we trust them, that is a good thing. So people go to the United Nations, always go to see this mural. That is what has been reproduced. Okay, now you can start.
Delegates, it's a humble request from the side of the organizers that everybody kindly turn on your camera so that your faces can be visible, and there is also some form of assurity that you are the only person who is speaking there. So with that said,
also you must be able to recognize them.
Yeah, definitely.
Whoever is raising the hand.
Sure, sir, definitely.
You must keep writing down the names of those who have raised their hands. Otherwise, you will forget who has raised. Because many of them might raise hands at the same time.
So delegates, yeah, over to the President of the Council.
By the discretion of the President of Security Council, the session will be proceed to informal consultation. Now, I will present the operative paragraph one by one. If any distinguished delegate have any amendment, can comment.
Excuse me. This is a Security Council resolution, so you must go through the preamble also.
Okay, sir.
There are only two preamble paragraphs. So.
Yes, sir. The distinguished delegate of India can now present the resolution.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, as the delegate of India, it is my privilege to present the draft resolution of Security Council. Security Council, recalling its previous resolutions on Afghanistan and the relevant statement of its president, reaffirming its strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and national unity of Afghanistan. Now I'm going to the operative paragraph. Operative paragraph number 1. Condemns in the strongest terms the deplorable attacks of August 26, 2021 near Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, which were claimed by the Islamic State in Khorasan province, an entity affiliated with the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant Daesh, and resulted in deaths and injuries of over 300 civilians and 28 military personnel, and takes note of Taliban's condemnation of this attack.
Go on.
Operative paragraph number 2. Demands that Afghan territory not to be used to threaten or attack any country or to shelter or train terrorists or to plan or to finance terrorist acts, and reiterates the importance of combating terrorism in Afghanistan, including those individuals and the entities designated pursuant to Resolution 1267 of 1999, and notes the Taliban's relevant commitments. Operative paragraph 3. calls for the strengthened efforts to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan, calls on all parties to allow full, safe, and unhindered access for United Nations, specialized agencies, and implementing partners, and all humanitarian actors engaged in humanitarian relief activities, including with respect to internally displaced persons, to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches all those in need. Also on all donors and individuals, humanitarian actors to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan and major Afghan refugee hosting countries, and underlines that the parties must respect their obligations under international humanitarian law in all circumstances, including those related to the protection of civilians. Operative paragraph number 4 reaffirms the importance of holding human rights, including those of women, children, and minorities, encourages all parties to seek an inclusive negotiated political settlement with the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women. The response to the desire of Afghans to sustain and build Afghanistan's gain over the last 20 years in adherence to the rule of law, and underlines that all parties must respect their obligations. Operative paragraph number 5 notes the Taliban statement of August 27, 2021, in which the Taliban committed that Afghans will be able to travel abroad, may leave Afghanistan anytime they want to, and may exit Afghanistan via any border crossing, both air and ground, including at the reopened and secured Kabul airport. With no one preventing them from traveling, expects that the Taliban will adhere to these and other commitments, including regarding the safe, secure, and orderly departure from Afghanistan of Afghans, all foreign nationals. Operative paragraph number 6 takes note of the dangerous security situation around Hamid Karzai International Airport and expresses concern that intelligence indicates further terrorist attacks may take place in the area. Calls on the relevant parties to work with international partners to take steps to strengthen security and to prevent further casualties, and requests that every effort made to allow for the rapid and secure reopening of the Kabul airport and its surrounding area. Operative paragraph number 7 notes with concern the Taliban government consists of several individuals who have been notified as terrorists by the United Nations. Operative paragraph number 8 notes also the continuing discrimination against women and violence against in different parts of Afghanistan. Besides to say of the matters, before I conclude my resolution, thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of India.
Normally, when you present the resolution, you must also say that this is not really the Indian position, but we have drafted it to have a unanimous resolution. So India has stronger views on some of these issues, so that you can tell the informal group. And then now, after he has done that, so India, please say that, and because it should not look like that it's India's position. It's not India's position. India has tried to make a consensus position, and then you say that the members are free to present any amendment, and whatever is reasonable can be accepted. And then the president should read each paragraph and ask for comments. Okay.
Operative paragraph number 1.
Why India has not spoken? No, India.
Delegate of India, you can, do you have any amendment on the operative paragraph number 1?
No, what I'm saying. I wanted him to say that this is not the Indian position. We are presenting this draft resolution to find a unanimous agreement. Understand? Because otherwise, if he presents a draft, then how can he amend it? You understand what I'm saying, President? Yes?
Yes.
So I'm asking the Indian delegation to make that clear. Otherwise, a proposer of a resolution cannot amend it. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Yes.
Why is not President saying it?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand the point that I was making?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the Indian delegate has to clarify that. So please let him do that before you go into the text.
Okay. Delegate of India, you can speak.
The delegates of other countries, this is not the draft resolution of India, but the draft resolution of United States, which was presented by the delegate of India. Thank you.
Okay, what does it mean? Why have you presented it? Huh? You haven't understood again. See, you are reserving your position to amend the draft. This is the point I am trying to make. Please say it in some form, since this is an educational exercise. So how would you say it? You can't. What are the 2 points? First point is you have presented the resolution, right? Okay, you are not the president. You are doing it as a friendly country and trying to help the Security Council, right? But that should not mean that you are presenting this as India's position. That you must clarify. Okay. Otherwise, when you make an amendment, somebody will raise an objection and say that why the hell are you amending your own drafts? You are still looking worried. Please say it in so many words. Have you said tell 3 sentences? What is your problem?
Ambassador, sir, I think the delegate of India is not clear about what he said. Could you just repeat what he is supposed to say?
I did it 3 times now already.
Yes, sir, just one more time.
But have you understood the point that I am making? Everybody. Have you understood? Has the president understood? Secretary General has understood or no? Come on.
Sir, I don't understand your point.
See, there is a situation where Indian delegate has presented a resolution. Normally, when you present a resolution, you are a sponsor. Are you following me?
Yeah.
And sponsors are not supposed to amend their own resolutions. Understood that? And so you are saying that I am presenting this as an attempt to create a consensus in the council. And I reserve the right to amend the resolution in the process of the discussion. Can you say that much?
Yeah.
Say it.
Sir, can you please repeat it once more?
Sir, if I may proceed.
Sorry, what happened?
So may I give a bit of explanation to the delegate?
No explanation required.
All right, sir.
If he can't understand this, has everybody else understood or no? Okay, do you want to say it or still you haven't understood the situation?
No, sir, I didn't get the point.
Sorry?
I didn't get the point what to say.
You don't get the point. You haven't understood it. Okay. Don't do it. Let's leave it. Okay, President, carry on.
Madam President, please continue.
Okay. Operative paragraph number 1. Condemns in the strongest term the deplorable attack of August 26, 2021 near Hamza.
What happened to the preamble paragraph?
Preambulatory paragraph.
Not preambulatory. Preambular. Not preambulatory. Wrong word. Preamble. Preambulate. Preambular. Okay.
Okay.
Right? Never say preambulatory paragraph. Preambular paragraphs.
Okay, sir. Preambular paragraph number 1. Recalling its previous resolution on Afghanistan and the relevant statements of its president.
Now give time for anybody to comment. If there is no comment, then move on to the next.
Does any delegate has any amendment on the preambular paragraph 1? Moving on to preambular paragraph 2, reaffirming its strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and the national unity of Afghanistan. Does any delegate has any amendment on the preambular paragraph number 2? Moving on to operative paragraph number 1. Condemns in the strongest term the deplorable attack of August 26, 2021, near Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, which were claimed by the Islamic State in Khorasan province, an entity affiliated with the Islamic State in Iraq, and the Levant, and resulted in the death and injuries of over 300 civilians and 28 military personnel, and take note of Taliban's condemnation of this attack. Does any delegate has any amendment on the operative paragraph number 1?
Yes, Madam President. Delegate of France. Thank you, Madam President. Delegate of France would like to propose a comment on this factual statement of the operative paragraph 1.
Go on.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. The evacuation of Afghanistan was all our priority, and the blast in Kabul airport follows with a strong contempt by the France and carried out by the IS Khorasan. What we could find was a result of unplanned strategy that the US has tried to impose, which killed 13 of its soldiers and altogether 28 military personnel and 300 civilians around the world. The world community wished the withdrawal could have been more organized than chaotic. Moreover, the contribution of the United States of America regarding peace and stability shall be looked upon, and we accept a statement to be made regarding Afghan pullout in regards to the peace and stability it wants to occur in Afghanistan. Taliban condemned to the incident is closely watched upon by the international community, and it would be early to judge their stances in the situation. Thank you.
But you have to give it as an amendment, as a text. Where will you include that text?
Sorry, sir. As I thought the operative paragraph was a factual statement. I didn't amend any. I just gave a comment.
Yeah, but are you making an amendment?
No, sir. No, only a comment.
Then there will be no record of that. You know that.
Okay, sir.
Comments are all just off the record. But if you make a change in the text, then that will be discussed. Okay. So you don't intend to change the draft. Okay.
No, sir.
Oh, very good. Anybody else, President?
Madam President.
If there's nobody else, then you move on to paragraph 2.
Madam President.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Madam President, this is the Executive China. China would like to have an amendment on the last clause of paragraph 1. That is, it takes note of Taliban's firm and staunch condemnation of this attack. I request, Madam President, to add these 2 words onto the paragraph. Operative paragraph 1.
Distinguished delegate, could you repeat?
The paragraph 1, operative paragraph 1, towards the last clause of operative paragraph 1, and takes note of Taliban's firm and staunch condemnation of this attack.
Distinguished delegate of China, could you please type on the chat box?
Yes, ma'am.
Very easy to add those words.
Sir, it's in front of condemnation, between Taliban and condemnation.
Yeah, very easy. Which are the words you said? Firm
and staunch.
Firm and strong. Staunch,
sir.
STAUNCH.
Yes.
Has anybody had any objection to inserting that?
Yes, the delegate of France would like to oppose the statement made by the delegate of China. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. But you must justify it. Why you don't want it?
Thank you,
Don't want
President.
that amendment, right?
No, we don't want that amendment.
Okay, say so.
Yes, sir. So the delegate of China is supporting the idea of taking Taliban's consumption. Firstly, we should note that it is a de facto government, not a legalized government. So taking the consumption of China regarding Taliban is of utmost concern in order to maintain peace and stability. As a reason, I don't think China wants to have peace and stability out there. And taking consumption by a de facto government promotes a legitimacy to the government of Taliban. And it is also noted that China has been saying in its speakers list speech that it is trying to provide 32 millions of aid to Afghanistan, and that itself is not to Afghanistan; it is to Taliban-led Afghanistan. So it proves Taliban want to have legitimacy to Afghanistan, but in fact, China hasn't given any official statement regarding it. But China here is trying to prove that Taliban contempt of this attack should be taken seriously, which is completely unacceptable. Thank you.
Madam President, Madam President,
Yes.
I would like to add, I would like to oppose to what Delegate France told. Taliban's strong and firm condemnation of this attack. During many of the opening statements, we heard that a lot of delegates were telling about, especially the delegate of USA, was telling about the self-imposed government, and also this clause becomes very important. It's because of the reason that an accusation to Taliban can come. This I'm proposing on behalf of my country for Taliban's strong and firm condemnation. It's because of the reason that in order to avoid the accusations, because they are brought in light. Thank you.
Does any delegate has any amendment?
Can the delegate of France oppose to the statement made by the delegate of China, if accepted?
Yes, you can proceed.
So, delegate of China. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. I think some interruption happened. Sorry, sir. So, as the delegate of China said, it is trying to say that there can be accusation to Taliban. Definitely, there would be accusation to Taliban. Why can't they? They have been a terrorist group. They have been a guerrilla warfare group. So there would be accusation. So what is so new to the delegate of China to address that China is that there would be accusation to Taliban? First of all, what you have to understand that China has been there in 1990s sanctioning committee of the Taliban, and they were completely supported. Now what happened? Are they scared that their Belt and Road initiative would be exposed? Is that so? I don't want to be silenced like other delegates, which has happened to India delegates somewhere between the World Forum. A delegation of India has been silenced. I don't want to be silenced. I would talk about the Belt and Road initiative that China is trying to hide, and other initiatives too, because after the Belt and Road initiative comes to Afghanistan, we can find that China wants to expand its territory over Asia. It wants to expand its Silk Road, which I especially want to point out from the speakers list of China. We said they want to. They have a close relation with Afghanistan from the Han dynasty. Its history to Afghanistan with that Silk Route and all. But we know they are trying to rebroaden the Silk Route in order for their own good. It's not good for any other countries. So what all the Chinese want to do is that they want to have a legitimate Taliban government in order to fulfill their own wishes. And according to the will of Chinese people, I don't think they want something like that. But China especially want to have a relation with Taliban in order to give them the legitimacy, in order to have their crooked minds gone on with the Afghanistan de facto government under the Taliban rule. They want to maybe they want to hide their Xinjiang violence, human rights violence that's happening in China. Maybe they want to hide that. That's why they want to legitimize the government under the Taliban rule. Is that so, delegate of China, that you want to legitimize Taliban rule, which it has been in the commission of the 1990s sanction committee and the Taliban? There it was supporting. Now what happened? Thank you, delegate. Thank you, President.
Madam President, 1 second. Before we recognize, there is also the delegate of Mexico who is raising his or her hand. If you could recognize the delegate of Mexico, it would be appreciable as well.
Honorable President, I don't want to make an amendment or a comment on the observed paragraph, but I would like to support the delegate of China's views and oppose delegate of France's views, because delegate of France had mentioned that by establishing the Silk Road, they are trying to crooked relationship with Taliban and China. But in fact, by establishing the Silk Road once again is useful for countries like India, Pakistan, etc., for example, to re-establish the trade which they have lost for many years. And I don't think that China would like to establish a strong relationship with Taliban from the views which I've heard from the delegate of China's speech. Thank you.
Delegate of France would like to oppose the statement made by the delegate of Mexico, if proceeded.
Please proceed.
Thank you, President. It has been stated by the delegate of Mexico it's going to be useful for India and other countries. So it would be really naive of the delegate of Mexico to state that it's going to be useful for Mexico. It will be useful for India. In what chances are they saying like that? It has Silk Road is not passing through India. Okay, that's first of all that you have to understand. It is not passing through India, and India is not having any relation with the Silk Road. That is Belt and Road Initiative of China. China is trying to impose its power. It's trying to expand its territory of trade and power. It is trying to have monopoly over it. That can be seen in the South China Sea. If you're aware of that, South China Sea, we could find that it is trying to have military bases over there so that it can expand its trade and territory with other countries out there. It is disputed. Look, understand, China is a global bully now. It has been global bully turned by different countries. It is trying to attack the sovereignty of different countries, even the landlocked country like Nepal. Okay, that's what happening with China. Look, all those countries which is in the South China Sea, they were all peaceful. Now what happened? The Philippines are trying to buy arms. Other countries like Vietnam is trying to buy arms. Now what's happening? They are creating a situational catastrophe here. This catastrophe proves that China wants a unstable economy, unstable participation of this country. The world nation were peaceful. Now more than Afghanistan. Alongside Afghanistan, we can say parallelly, China is creating the trouble here. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate France. Does any delegate has any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of France? Sorry, China.
No, there is already an objection. So what you have to ask is, what are the views of the other delegates? What do they think? See, what's happening is, I'm saying it for your own information. What China has done is to strengthen the condemnation. That is now she is trying to justify Taliban, say that they're a reasonable government. So, but this can be verified if you look at the statement. So normally the Secretariat will produce the statement of the Taliban and see whether the interpretation given by China is right or not. China, have you seen the text statement?
No, sir.
So you haven't. So you are attributing certain qualities to that statement without seeing the text, isn't it? So you can be challenged on that score. Did they actually say staunchly and strongly support? They may not have. Anyway, think about it. And others can help. Whoever wants to give suggestions, amendments to the amendment, various things. But the issue is clear. China is trying to give some credibility to Taliban. That's what she's trying to do. That's obvious, and France has pointed out very strong. So others need to help. Then only President can suggest a compromise.
Other delegates have any comments on the? Sir, can I move on to the operative paragraph number 2?
No.
The delegate of Vietnam has a comment.
The delegate has actually raised her hand.
You have to complete this. You can request China to reconsider or change the amendment. You can ask others, France to suggest something. So you're trying to find out a common ground, right? So you must try that. Like France can reduce their objection and say, okay, put another word there. Or China can say, okay, in consideration with France's strong objections, I withdraw the amendment, or I put only strong, not staunch. Some such discussion should take place. Does France have an amendment? You have opposed the amendment completely, but are you willing to accept a qualification of the Taliban statement? France.
Yes, sir. Takes note on the Taliban's consumption of this attack, which will be under review.
Why under review? But it's already in the text.
Yes, sir. So as it's not clear as of now if Taliban is part of it or not, I think it shall be under review under the next statement, under the next amendment or anything.
No, what will be under review?
Like the consumption, because if Taliban is trying to condemn, but basically we can't say if Taliban is involved
We
in
are
it or
talking
not.
about a fact. Taliban issued a statement, right? That
Yes, sir.
they have condemned the attack. That is a fact, right? What China is trying to do is how have they condemned? So you are saying that condemned is fine, but strong and staunch not acceptable to you.
Yes, sir. Not
Is there
acceptable.
anything acceptable to you from the Chinese amendment? You are trying to move your position to her position.
Nothing,
Or she
sir.
has
Just
to move your position. Otherwise, we'll be here the whole day.
yes, sir. Nothing. No amendments from the delegate of China. In fact, the resolution as it is shall be there. Just make note that it says takes note of the Taliban's consumption. That's enough. We don't need a strong. We don't need a strong statement which has been said. A
Okay.
strong, quote unquote, strong.
About China's position.
Yeah.
In view of the strong opposition from France, would China like to yield?
The delegate of China would suggest that a word should be added in front of condemnation, either firm or staunch.
So you are happy with one word?
Yes, sir.
These questions the president should ask, not me. Okay, you must negotiate with this is informal. You must negotiate with the delegation. So she's saying one of the two words. So the president can suggest one of the words, or you can suggest a third word if it is acceptable to France. This is how negotiations take place. Sorry?
Madam President, because the first paragraph, the first operative paragraph begins as condemns in the strongest terms. And I believe, and the delegate of China believes that the operative word strong applies to the entire paragraph. So I would like to put forward the word strong or firm.
Delegate of France would like to make an amendment on what the delegate of China has been saying, condemns in the strongest term by the international community. Be it be clear so that
the international community here, that's already done.
Yes, sir.
The strongest terms, the deplorable attacks, etc. The international community has already spoken.
Yes, sir.
You
So
are giving a little leeway to the Taliban, saying that they have also condemned. That means they are not behind these attacks. We are letting Taliban off the hook.
Yes, sir. So that means
it's a compromise. It's already a compromise by other countries that we are taking note of their condemnation. But China wants to please them even more by saying they have also strongly condemned. And you don't think it is the right word there. So is there another word? So President, can you suggest a compromise?
Delegate of China, where do you want to add the word strong or firm in the first operative paragraph?
Towards the end of the clause, towards the end of the paragraph, that is the last clause between Taliban and condemnation.
Okay.
Why is nobody else speaking? Why aren't the other countries joining in? There are always peacemakers in the council, you know.
The delegate of Mexico would like to make an amendment to the operative paragraph number 1.
But your suggestion has already been rejected, right?
Actually, I am an amendment to the make the operative paragraph number 1.
That's what we are talking about. But what is do you have a view on the present debate?
Actually, my view has already been rejected, so I have no view on the current debate, but I have another amendment to make.
Why are you speaking? Are you going to suggest a compromise?
Yeah, I would like to suggest a compromise between the delegate of France and delegate of China, because actually the operative paragraph number 1 states the correct fact, so hence I think no amendment should be made to that.
Okay, your view is clear. Anybody else? So he has supported France.
Else anybody?
Madam President. Madam
Somebody
President.
speaking? Who is speaking? Go ahead.
Madam President, this is the delegate of Saint Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah.
I too would
Please
like,
proceed.
I too would like to state that I feel no change should be made and no amendment should be made to the first paragraph.
You are supporting China's amendment.
I feel like no change should be made.
No change. So you are supporting the French position.
Yes.
This is the delegate of Tunisia. I too support with France because I feel like in the first, the sentence is like that whole paragraph. I think it's clear enough. So I don't think we need to add anything more or remove anything. I think it's perfect as it is. Thank you.
Delegate of Tunisia, it's not audible.
No, she is supporting the French position.
Okay, sir.
So now you can appeal to China whether she would like, in view of the strong views in the council, whether she would like to withdraw that amendment, or we keep it for a vote later.
Okay, sir. I request the delegate of China to reconsider the amendment made by the China.
Madam President, if in the beginning of the paragraph, that is, it condemns in the strongest terms, as France said in the beginning, that that is something that he told in the beginning, that the entire thing, because Taliban should not be brought in light, and that is not required. The Taliban's condemnation is not required. So I believe that if the beginning, that is the word strong is not important, then it is not required even above, this term that is contains in the strongest terms. You say that is not required, that itself will apply to the entire paragraph. Then there is no point in adding it before that, because this is something that France told in the beginning about the strongest condemnation.
That is of the international community. Here you are talking about the position of Taliban. Did Taliban condemn in strong words? We don't know. Normally in the UN, somebody would have produced the Taliban statement by now. And then the president could have had an opportunity, because we don't have that. So what we can do is, if you still insist, we can put one word, firm, within brackets. Okay? That is one way to do it. And then it has to be settled later. And if you are very strong about it, you can ask for a vote. The Security Council.
Sir, I think I'll go with the community. I'll go with the consensus made by the council, and with the French comment. That is, let's take, because I'll just go in with the entire community in the council.
So we leave it as it is and then go forward. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Delegate of China. Moving on to the second operative paragraph. Demands that Afghan territory not to be used to threaten or attack any country, or to shelter or train terrorists, or to plan or to finance terrorist acts, and reiterates the importance of combating the terrorism in Afghanistan, including those individuals and entities designated pursuant to Resolution 1267, and notes the Taliban's relevant commitments. Does any delegate has any amendments on the operative paragraph number 2?
Yes, Madam President. This is the delegate of China. Madam President, this is an amendment to the second operative paragraph of the draft resolution. That is, it demands that Afghan territory not be used to threaten or attack any country, or to shelter or train terrorists. And after that, the delegate of China would like to add, or to glorify or instill terrorism in the curriculum of educational institutions. Glorify terrorism and instill terrorism in the educational curriculum.
Could you please repeat?
That is second operative paragraph, before shelter or train terrorists, and after shelter or train terrorists, and before plan or to finance terrorist acts. The delegate of China would like to add, glorify terrorism or instill terrorism in educational curriculum of the Afghan territory.
Okay. Does any delegate has any objection to the amendment made by the delegate of China? So moving on.
Madam President,
Yes.
I would like to make a comment on the second paragraph.
Okay. Please proceed.
Point 2 of the resolution shows that we demand that Afghanistan does not be turned into a terrorist haven, which seems like a mere hope considering that many recognized terrorists are holding government positions, including the Interior Minister, that is Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is the leader of the Haqqani network and is wanted by the FBI. And also the members of the cabinet include 4 out of 5 leaders of the Taliban 5 who are held in prison. These include the Deputy Defense Minister, Information and Culture Minister, Border and Tribal Affairs Minister, and Director of Intelligence. The 5th member is appointed as the governor of a province, and he is known to have operational ties to anti-coalition militia and groups including Al-Qaeda and the Haqqani network. I feel like due to these reasons that the resolution states that it cannot be turned into a terrorist haven. I feel like these oppose that statement. Thank you.
Does any delegate has any comments on this?
No, but as she suggested in the amendment, he has not made only a comment.
No,
Okay,
sir,
okay.
no amendment.
Ask her if she is wanting any amendment to the text.
No, sir, no amendment.
Okay, thank you. Does any delegate has it?
The Russian delegate would like to propose an amendment. So the paragraph is about not harboring terrorists or using Afghan soil for terrorist activities essentially. But we would also like to add that we resort to take measures to prevent the spread of terrorism to other countries. To the paragraph. Was that clear?
Could you please repeat?
So the paragraph tells us essentially that Afghan soil should not be used for terrorist acts, and I completely agree. I would like to add that we should resort to take measures to prevent the spread of terrorism to other countries, not just Afghanistan.
But that idea.
Distinguished delegate, could you please type on the chat box?
No. Let me explain to him.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
This is already there. Threaten or attack any country or to shelter or train terrorists. So other countries covered there. So if it doesn't make add anything by saying that it's not spread to other countries.
Sir, so the point covered is not to attack other countries. The point I'm trying to make is preventing the spread of extremist ideologies to other countries, which I believe is quite different.
Yeah, that is different. So then you suggest an amendment where to insert that.
By the end, I would suggest we add that resolves to take measures to prevent the spread of terrorism to other countries. Was that not clear? Should I type?
You can add that, but it's all there, When you say attack any country or shelter or train terrorists or to plan or to finance terrorist acts.
But the sheltering and training part is only said about Afghanistan. The other countries are only covered in.
It's all about other countries.
As in.
No, I have no objection.
And Russia is particularly.
Okay, you provide the correct language.
I'm sorry, sir. Continue.
Excuse me, the delegate of Vietnam would like to make an amendment. May I, Madam President?
Please proceed.
So by the end of operative paragraph number 2, I would like to add, to ensure the adherence of this, the UN must monitor the Taliban strictly.
Please repeat in which line?
By the end of the clause. by the end of operative paragraph number 2.
Read it again.
To ensure the adherence of this, the UN must monitor the Taliban strictly.
That has to be put in different language. You don't say UN must. No? You can say and request the Secretary General to blah blah blah. Okay.
So request UN to
And
monitor.
request the Secretary General to monitor the adherence to this what's it? This position. This
Madam
matter.
President. Yes, sir. Madam President, Delegate of France would like to make a statement as well as an amendment to the operative paragraph 2 of the resolution.
Can you let us finish the first one?
Yes, sir.
So is it acceptable for everybody to request the Secretary General to monitor the implementation? Because there is always a request at the end, asking Secretary General to do that.
Does any delegate has any objection? Moving on. Delegate of France, please proceed.
First of all, Delegate of France would like to make a statement regarding the amendment made by Delegate of China. Delegate of France strongly supports that China is trying to put an amendment where it's trying to stop glorifying a terrorist organization through educational institution, which the Delegate of France strongly supports. And the amendments, Delegate of France would like to make amendment to the operative paragraph 2, second line, in which it is a continuation of the first line. Let me just read. Threaten or attack any country or hamper other nation's sovereignty should be added. Is that acceptable?
Could you please repeat?
In the second line, after country, hamper other nation's sovereignty. Delegate of France would like to make more amendment. Can I?
Could you please type in the chat box?
Sure. Can I make another amendment and then type?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. So in the fourth line, it says individuals and entities designated pursuant to Resolution 1267, 1999. After that, which will include the mentioned individuals from the de facto government of the Taliban regime.
Does anybody have any objection to this? Delegate of France, please type in the chat box.
Sure, Madam President.
Okay. Moving on.
No, but how does that paragraph read? You have to now read because there are several amendments there. Chinese amendment is there.
Delegate of Mexico also would like to make an amendment to that. Operative paragraph number 2.
No, but let the president read what it is now.
Okay.
The resolution has changed. So then you decide whether to implement an amendment.
So, operative paragraph number 2 demands that Afghan territory not to be used to threaten or attack any country or to shelter or train terrorists or to glorify terrorism and still terrorism in education, curriculum or to plan or to finance terrorist act and retreats the importance of combating terrorism in Afghanistan, including those individuals and entities designated pursuant to the Resolution 1267 and to note the Taliban's 11 commitments and to ensure the adherence of this.
And request the Secretary General.
I actually changed the sentence and I've sent it privately to you.
Okay.
Which one is that?
Sir, it reads as a request to Secretary General of the UN to monitor Taliban strictly.
Monitor Taliban, monitor the implementation of this resolution.
Okay, sir.
The delegate of Mexico would like to make an amendment on the current operative paragraph number 2.
Please proceed.
Honorable President, after or to plan or to finance terrorist acts, the delegate of Mexico would like to add the statement not to make statements or laws in favor of terrorists. Is that acceptable?
Could you please repeat?
Yeah, after or to finance terrorist acts, or not to make laws or statements in favor of terrorists. Is that acceptable?
Does any delegates has any amendment objection to this amendment made by Mexico?
Actually see some raised hands. Delegate of China, do you have an objection?
Sorry,
Okay,
Moderator,
China.
I have not raised. I have not lowered my hand.
All right.
Delegate of Mexico, could you please repeat the sentence?
Not to make any laws or statements in favor of terrorists.
It can be put anywhere. President, you can put it anywhere you like. But the idea is not to, what is the word you use? Not to do what?
Not to make
Not to speak.
Not to make any laws of statement in which favor terrorism.
Okay. Add that.
Okay, sir.
Now it's become very complicated. That. But China must properly say if it creates any problems for her, because you are a permanent member of Security Council. And so if you say threaten to veto, then people will have to think twice. So if you have strong views, you must take a line like that. My delegation won't be able to vote for it. And that is why this has been made so often. See, the resolution we could have put all these strong things into it. But the idea is to get a unanimous resolution. So if you have serious difficulties, you must say that it will not go. And then it's for the rest of the council to decide whether they go for the resolution or not. And the same applies to other permanent members. But if you can live with it with all these amendments, there's no problem. I'm not suggesting that you should object. Okay, shall we now then move on and finalize the text and then take it up again?
So moving on to the operative paragraph number 3. Calls for strengthen the effort to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. Calls on all parties to allow full, safe and unhindered access for the United Nations, its specialized agency and implementing partners and all humanitarian actors engaged in humanitarian relief activity, include with respect to internally displaced persons to ensure the humanitarian assistance reaches all those in need. Call on all donors and international humanitarian actors to provide the humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan and major Afghan refugee hosting countries and underlines that all parties must respect their obligation under international humanitarian law in all circumstances, including those related to the protection of civilians. Does any delegate has any amendment on the operative paragraph number 3?
Delegation of France would like to.
Please proceed.
Can I proceed?
Can the delegate of France make the statement?
Delegate of Tunisia, wait.
All right.
Delegate of France, you can proceed.
Okay, Madam President. I'm sorry for the interruption, Delegate of Tunisia. Delegate of France would like to make an amendment in the operative paragraph number 3, line 2. Let me just read out. It's a continuation from the first paragraph. To provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan via International Red Cross Society Doctors Without Borders, and other similar institution and NGO could be included.
Could you please repeat?
No, but that's already there, France. Also on all donors, major and underlying that all parties must respect their obligations. No, before that, there is an all humanitarian actors engaged in humanitarian relief activity, including blah blah. And that includes Red Cross, everything else. You are not adding anything to the substance.
Yes, sir. I was trying to include like more private organizations involvement into it, as these are NGOs, right?
Specialized agencies and implementing partners and all humanitarian actors engaged in humanitarian relief activity, including with respect to internally displaced persons, ensure the humanitarian assistance.
Okay, sir. Accepted.
Everybody's in.
Yes, sir. Delegate France would like to make amendment in the 5th line of the operative paragraph number 3, which says internally displaced persons and refugees shall be added.
Okay. If there is no objection.
Does any delegate has any objection?
Actually, including will not be correct because refugees are not internally displaced persons. So you should add without including. Internally displaced persons, comma, refugees, comma, to ensure.
Yes, sir.
Madam
Madam
President, this is the delegate of Tunisia. May I proceed with an amendment?
Yes, you can proceed.
It's in the 11th line where it says to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. And after Afghanistan, I would like to add women's right and freedom of speech.
Does it fit there? It's all about humanitarian assistance. Women's rights are in another paragraph. There is another paragraph on women's rights. Maybe you can add that there. Okay.
Oh, all right. Okay. Then I took it back.
Madam President,
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment towards the end of the clause.
End of the
Please
paragraph.
proceed.
Yes, end of the paragraph. To inject aid directly into Afghan economy while avoiding channeling cash through the Taliban.
Could you please repeat?
To inject aid directly into the Afghan economy and avoid channeling cash through the Taliban.
Where you should add this?
Towards the end of the paragraph.
After protection of civilians.
Yes.
Any objection? Zain Vincent and the Grenadian delegate, can you type on this chat box?
Yes.
Okay. Does any delegate have any amendment on paragraph 3?
Madam President, Delegate of China would like to replace the first word in the operative paragraph 3, that is calls for, and would like to place urges and emphasizes.
Any objection? So moving on to the 4th operative paragraph. Reaffirms the importance of upholding human rights, including those of women, children, and minorities, encourages all parties to seek an inclusive, negotiated political settlement with the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women that responds to the desire of Afghans to sustain and build on Afghanistan's gain over the last 20 years in adherence to the rule of law, and underlines that all parties must respect their obligations. Does any objection on the operative paragraph number 4?
Delegate of
Madam
France.
President, this is the
Sorry, does any delegate has any amendments on the operative paragraph number 4?
Delegate of Tunisia has an amendment to make. May I proceed?
Delegate of Tunisia, you can proceed.
In the fourth line, an inclusive negotiated political settlement. After that, will be a right to add freedom of speech. After political settlement, freedom of speech.
Any delegates having objection on amendment made by the delegate of Tunisia? Okay. Any other amendment on
Delegate of
operating paragraph
Vietnam.
number?
The delegate of
Delegate of
Vietnam would like
France.
to make an amendment.
Vietnam, please proceed.
So it's after seek an inclusive, negotiated, political and economic settlement.
Could you please repeat?
To seek an inclusive, negotiated, political and economic settlement.
Well, political settlement is something else that's not to be confused with other things. Political settlement means, who should be in the government. And that is what the Security Council is saying. So they would like to have a say in that. And that's a strong enough statement. So if you put economic there, then it gets diluted. The negotiated political settlement is a formula. You understand? Which means that Taliban should listen to the international community. Economic is something else. You can put it somewhere else, but not this phrase. Okay.
Delegate of France, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Delegation of France would like to make amendments to the fourth operative paragraph. A second line which says women, children, and we would like to include gender, linguistic, ethnic, and religious minorities.
Could you please repeat?
Second line to include women, children, and gender, linguistic, ethnic, and religious minorities. And Delegate of France would like to make one more amendment if it's accepted.
Does any delegate has any objection to the amendment made by the France?
The delegate of Vietnam does not see the need for it, or can you just explain why you think we need to add all of that words before minorities? Isn't minorities enough to cover those statements?
As we have seen in the paragraph, it's said women and children. Is there any reference to men out there? No. The minorities, which all are the minorities. There might be minorities from other refugee countries, like from Turkmenistan, like all those neighboring countries. Like there are minorities from there. Those are not included there. But maybe they can, the Taliban regime or the government can say that they are from other countries, right? So that should not be included. So minorities from other countries which are staying in Afghanistan shall also be included in that. And gender, specifically, men aren't included in that. So I think the statement shall have gender, linguistic means language references are there, and ethnic and religious minority shall be there. I hope that's clear.
Does any objection to the distinguished delegate of France? Moving on.
Madam President.
Yes.
Delegate of China would like to have an amendment on the fourth operative paragraph. That is, yes, ma'am. With the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women, with amendments made to Sharia law in accordance with contemporary social circumstances.
Could you repeat?
With the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women, with amendments made to Sharia law in accordance with contemporary social circumstances.
Will you please type on the chat box?
Okay, madam.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised China is making that amendment because Taliban don't like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Any objection regarding the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of China? Moving on. Moving on to the operative paragraph number 5. Notes The Taliban statement of August 27, 2021, in which the Taliban committed that Afghan will be able to travel abroad, may leave Afghanistan anytime they want to, and may exit Afghanistan via any border crossing, both air and ground, including at the reopened and secured Kabul airport, with no one preventing them from traveling, except that the Taliban will adhere to these and all other commitments, including regarding the safe, secure, and orderly departure from Afghanistan of Afghans and all foreign nationals. Does any delegate has any amendment on the operative paragraph number 5?
Delegate of France would like to make amendment regarding the operative paragraph 5.
Please proceed.
Operative paragraph 5, the fifth line, which says from traveling, and it says expects that the Taliban, instead of expects that the Taliban, it should be requires the Taliban that it should adhere to these.
Will you repeat?
Yes. From traveling requires the Taliban that it should adhere to these.
Instead of expects.
Yes, sir.
Making it stronger, that's all.
Any objection regarding the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of France? Moving on. Any other objection amendments to the operative paragraph number 5?
This is the delegate of Tunisia. Madam President, may I just...
Please proceed.
So in the part where it says secured Kabul airport with no one preventing them from traveling, I think we should change that to having them monitored, because I feel the reason I say that is because we can't
Delegate
just
of Tunisia, it's not clear.
Oh, sorry. Am I clear now?
Yes.
So the part, okay, I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay, so the part where it says, I think this is a 7th line. So it says the secured Kabul airport with no one preventing them from traveling. So I want to change from the part where it says no one preventing them from traveling. I think there should be people like important people like monitoring this, because monitoring them, because Taliban needs to like win over the trust of other countries, since now every promises they made so far were empty promises.
Could you please type in the chat box?
Yes.
Madam
And
President.
what is the amendment?
Madam President.
Yeah.
It has been brought to the attention of the moderator.
Moderator, it's not clear.
Madam, am I audible to you?
No.
I'll get back to you.
Delegate of Tunisia, what is your amendment on operative paragraph number 5?
Instead of saying no one preventing them from traveling, I would say to have them monitored when they're traveling.
Excuse me,
Why?
Madam
No,
President.
you don't want anyone to be prevented from traveling. So why do you want the other side? This is very strong, isn't it? Monitoring means they can just monitor and stop you from traveling.
But
why are you weakening it?
Madam President, delegate of France would like to oppose the statement made by the delegate of Tunisia.
Please proceed.
Delegate of Tunisia says monitoring all the people which is gonna travel, which is completely naive. I think it's because monitoring the people would be leading to much more catastrophe. We know what is happening in Afghanistan. We need a clear movement of people there. We don't need a monitored way of happening, because already the governments of the respective countries are providing all the legal documents. After they accept it, only they are taken into the country. So taking that into mind, we don't need a monitoring method now. There shall be free passage of people, because we have been seeing the catastrophic scenes from the Kabul airport, which is already known to the different people. We have seen many people clenching into landing gears of airplanes, right? Those are all international messages that we should are there. And being a part of the international community, we should not make harsh measures on the people of Afghanistan. Thank you.
Does any delegate have any comments on?
The delegate of Mexico would like to make an amendment to the operative paragraph number 5.
Please proceed.
Yes. I would like to add the clause anywhere in that operative paragraph that the Afghan government shall prevent the terrorists or any criminals from escaping to any other countries by border crossing or air or ground.
Will you please type in the chat box?
Yes, sure.
Does anybody have any objection regarding the amendment made by the delegate of Mexico?
Delegate of France would like to oppose the statement made by Delegate of Mexico. Here it's referring to, thank you, Madam President. Here he's referring, the Honorable Delegate of Mexico is referring to an government of Afghanistan. Which government is he legitimizing to? No government exists in Afghanistan, as we all know now. As of now, it is exiled. The government is in exile under Amrullah Saleh. So we can't expect a statement like Afghanistan government to be included and to manage terrorists from moving out of the country, where the country itself doesn't have an organized way of government in the country. So which government is he referring to? Is the delegate of Mexico referring to of having an action taken into the affairs of a movement of terrorists in the country? Thank you.
The delegate of Mexico would like to make a comment on that. In all these operative paragraphs, we are referring to the Taliban government, and hence it is what I meant.
The word government is not used.
Okay.
Does any delegate having any amendment or comments on operative paragraph number 5?
Madam President, this is the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Could you please be loud?
This is the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Am I audible?
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment towards the middle of the paragraph, with no one preventing them from traveling. I would like to add with a security personnel present on air.
Any objections regarding the amendment made by the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
But which security?
Any military
Taliban will
person
provide
present on
security
air
or-
to prevent any terrorist hijacking of the flights on air.
But that is not being done. There is no particular security provided in international flights.
Yes,
Excuse me,
but
Madam President.
regarding the recent events, I think at least for a while that we should ensure that nothing of that sort takes place and
No,
to
these have been
safeguard the.
suggested, but international airlines do not accept that specific security. Unless there is a specific threat, to say that there should be security in every plane, that will not be acceptable to the international authority on aircraft and things like that.
Okay, sir.
It's not a normal thing. In Afghanistan, how can you say that security should be provided to the flight?
Excuse me, Madam President, may I proceed?
Yes.
The delegate of Vietnam would like to oppose the amendment made by the delegate of Mexico. I think that part is already covered in operative paragraph number 2, so there's no need to include it yet again.
Delegate of Mexico, do you have any comments?
In the operative paragraph number 2, that point which I had mentioned is not stressed. So I'd like to stress that point over here and make sure that no other criminals or no criminal terrorists must escape to other countries by any means of transportation.
Does any other delegates have any objection to the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of Mexico?
Delegate of France would like to make a statement regarding
Please
the
go.
response from the delegate of Mexico. As he was saying from the speakers list, as he said that his country objects to the formation of a Taliban government and legitimize it. Now he's trying to completely contradict on the fact that he's trying to legitimize the government under the Taliban, which is completely naive, I think, again, which I think the delegate of Mexico has to verify on, because we thought through the speakers list you have been given, Mexico was a common interest friendly country to the nation of France. I think now under its legitimacy to the France, I think France has to drop its aid to the nation of Mexico. Thank you.
Delegate of Mexico, do we have any comments on distinguished delegate objection?
Sorry, I have no comments.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the operative paragraph number 6.
Madam President, Delegate of India have a amendment on
Wait a
operative
second, Madam
paragraph 5.
President. There are 1 second. Delegate of India, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, so I believe it's audible for the Madam President as well, seeing that Srinivasan sir has been missing in the action. Madam President, please confirm that whether the amendment suggested by the delegate of Mexico, which is to include the word Taliban government, has been amended or not. Seeing that there was objection, please clarify it so that the delegates will have an idea.
It is not accepted.
Okay, Delegate of India, please proceed with your amendment.
Yes. The fifth para, it says, except the Taliban will adhere to these and all other commitments, including regarding the safe, secure, and orderly departure from Afghanistan of Afghans and all other foreign nationals. We have pushed that because the people in the Afghanistan are feared and scared only of the terrorists, and those are Talibans. So how can the terrorists can give them safety and security? Instead of Talibans, the government officials or police must secure them. The Talibans can't give protection for the people.
Delegate of India, it's not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Proceed.
The people of Afghanistan are feared only of the terrorists inside the country, and that is Taliban. Here it says Taliban will need to regarding the safe and secure of safe of the person and people in the country. So how can the terrorists can make them safety? How can they provide security to the people? They are already terrorists. How can they give security to the people of the country?
Distinguished delegate of India, what is the amendment you want to make?
Okay. Instead of Taliban, I want to say that the government officials like police or other military man can give protection.
In which line? In which line?
The last line. I expect that the Taliban will adhere to these and all other. Instead of Taliban, I would like to say government officials or any other policeman.
Any objection regarding the amendment made by the delegate of India?
Delegation of France would like to oppose the statement made by delegation of India. May I?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I have to repeat the same which I have given as a statement to another delegate, which is I think delegate of India is much more isn't aware of the agenda in Afghanistan, agenda of today, that is situation of Afghanistan. As of now, the situation of Afghanistan is very clear. There isn't any government which is as of now status quo in Afghanistan. If that's clear, it's completely understood. Adding an amendment like government officials, police, which police? No one. Even the Afghan military collapsed. Now who is there to carry on with the security activities? Even all the military from from France, or is it from all the allies of France, or from the European alliance, or the USA, all are operating in the Kabul airport. I think much more than that. We are not operating outside. So it is pretty much clear that government officials are not available in Afghanistan, and all of them are hunted down by Taliban. Thank you.
Delegate of India would like to object that.
Please proceed.
Even if they are not any government officials, how can the people are given under terrorists? Taliban are terrorists and they are very cruel. How can they give them security and safety? Or else we need to remove that line from that. Taliban can give security and protection for the people.
I would like to object. May
Please
I proceed?
Yeah.
Taliban has right now taken control and is an occupant of Afghanistan. And the government officials you mentioned, the right now government officials are the interim government made by the Taliban. The officials of the government are Taliban. So taking off the last line doesn't make sense. And even if somebody can provide them with security, it's the Taliban right now. And all we can do is demand and expect that they do the same.
Any other delegates having comments on?
Delegation of France would like to comment on the situation.
Proceed.
Delegation of France goes along with the delegation of Saint Canadians, which says we can only expect Taliban to do something for the people because all countries have left behind. Even the USA, United States are clearly stated it's up to the Taliban to do it. They have never been for to Afghanistan for nation building, and every country is clear with that. Even though France is having concerns regarding the people of Afghanistan, now at such a situation, I think Taliban can be the only group or organization could control it, and we can hope for the best. But definitely, we appreciate the views of delegate of India, as he have put forth like why a Taliban government should be handed over the responsibility, which is heavily appreciated by the delegate of France. But as for the resolution is concerned, we can't do much on it. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate of India made the amendment will not be passed. Moving on to next operative paragraph. Paragraph number 6. Take notes of the dangerous security situations around Hamid Karzai International Airport and express concerns that intelligence indicates further terrorist attack may take place in the area. Calls on the relevant parties to work with international partners to take steps to strengthen security and to prevent further casualties, and request every effort be made to allow for the rapid and secure reopening of the Kabul airport and its surrounding area. Does any delegate has any amendment on the operative paragraph number 6?
Delegation of France would like to.
Delegate of France, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, and sorry for interruption. To the delegate of China. Delegate of France would like to amend on the operative paragraph number 6 and want to include a safe zone in the Kabul airport so as to evacuate all the evacuees from the country that's Afghanistan, and to pressurize Taliban in order to support in these stern measures and allowing them and pressurizing them to allow deweaponizing the area and to help escalate much and help not to escalate much more casualties in the area due to the recent IS Khorasan values. And we all know, being a Taliban, a close aid, and they all are cut from the same cloth, the Taliban, IS Khorasan, everything. So taking Taliban into note and creating a safe zone in Afghanistan, in Kabul would help furthermore faster evacuation happening for different countries, every country, not just the relation with France. Thank you.
Delegate France, what is your amendment and where would you want to add it?
I want it to be a sub-operative paragraph of operative paragraphs to include a safe zone comprising the area of Kabul airport and its vicinity.
Repeat.
I want it to be, yes, definitely. I want it to be a sub-operative paragraph of operative paragraph 6, that is, want to include a safe zone near the Kabul airport and its vicinity.
Does any delegate has any objection to the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of France? Moving on, does any other delegate having any amendment on operative paragraph number 6?
Most Honorable Madam President, I would like to call on a reconsideration of a clause of the operative paragraph number 6.
Not clause,
That
it's
is,
paragraph.
yeah, sorry, ma'am, paragraph. Calls on the relevant parties to work. I would like to have a reconsideration of this particular clause. Calls on the relevant parties to work with international partners to take steps to strengthen security. I believe that, and what China believes in that we don't believe in interfering in other countries' internal affairs. And also the 20-year war which was fought in Afghanistan did not reap anything. And in a press conference in the East Room, Joe Biden said that when the media officials, when they raised a question regarding what would you like to talk about the Afghan issue and your why did you leave Afghan on a night? And the reply by the most honorable president of the US, Joe Biden, was, I would like to talk about happy things. And he also said that he's not ready because they lost around 2,500 men and they're not interested. They're not interested, and he's not willing to sacrifice another generation of and make the sons, daughters, and mothers weep. And also, even the White House press secretary, that is Jen Psaki, said that it is a 20-year war that has not won militarily. So I would request the president of the Security Council to go on for a reconsideration of that particular clause. Whether it is very necessary for for UN to include in that, or there can be slight amendments or changes made to the particular clause.
Does any other delegate have any objection on the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of China?
Delegation of France would like to oppose amendment made by delegation of China. Delegation of China.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Delegate of China has stated and reinterpreted the statement made by the Joe Biden, the President of America, which Joe Biden is not interested in sending troops. That doesn't account here. Joe Biden, under his administration, has sent troops to the Kabul airport and have evacuated the people. Right. So it has happened. It has happened. It's not like a further. We are not. This resolution talks only about the present status quo of the place. Outside that, no. USA is very clear that it's not going to deploy it, but I think China reinterpreted it and said that it doesn't want to send troops to evacuate the people. And moreover, it's not just the military which can help. There can be other assistance that the country could provide. Even China could provide, but seeing the status quo of Afghanistan, China hasn't done anything much relevant to the situation of Afghanistan. It hasn't even backed its embassy from Afghanistan. So it's complete legitimacy from the delegation of China. But it's really interesting to know that on an individual level by the delegate of China, China is trying to support a common interest by all of us that we should not support a Taliban regime. But I take that as a individual response by the delegate of China. But in an overall level, China does disagree that Taliban should not be agreed. China supports Taliban, and China is the very first country to ever provide 32 million in aid, not to Afghanistan government. That has been stated by the delegate of China in his opening speech. But 32 million in aid to Taliban-led government. But going along with the status quo of the meeting out here, I understand delegate of China is of an individual statement stating that delegate of China doesn't support this whole scenario of supporting Taliban. Thank you.
Do you have any comment on the objection made by the delegate of France?
The most honorable delegate from France just used a word that the Taliban-led government. Just before the discussions that we had, the prior discussions, if we just evaluate the prior discussions, we had a discussion that it is not the government, it's a self-imposed government, and we don't recognize it as a government. So I would like to just know about why that word was used. And also, one more thing, I call for a reconsideration of that particular clause because there is a word which operates that is in order to strengthen the security. So in order to strengthen the security, does it what it really means? It really means about the security of the country, right?
Delegate of France would like to respond to that. Can I?
Please proceed.
Thank you. As the delegate of China said, I stated that government of Taliban, which is in response to the statement only made by delegate of China. Delegate of China legitimizes and says they support it, the government of Taliban. not with any country which is in common interest to the Republic of France, only to the delegate of China. And out here, security refers to the situation in the airport in the Kabul. So as already an amendment has been made to make safe zone in the Kabul airport and in the vicinity. So it's pretty much clear the security is for the surrounding areas of the Kabul airport itself. And I don't think China has anything to do with that, because they are not ready to do they are not ready to undertake any refugees. They are not ready to give any securities, which is already proven. And I don't think there is much more comments needed by the delegate of China in this regard. Thank you.
The most honorable delegate of France, when you spoke, you could have quoted that it is a word, the Taliban-led government. This word is something that the delegate of China used, but you were just openly and blatantly just saying that it's a Taliban-led government. If it was to criticize the way that China did, or the word that the delegate of China used in the opening statement, you could have stated that. So doesn't it mean that you also consider it as a government which is led by Taliban?
Delegate of France follow up.
Yes, proceed.
Yes. Again, I think delegate of China is trying to reinterpret what I said. What I already said was very clear. It was, I already told you, it was your individual perspective that Chinese delegate said they are not supporting Taliban and all those things. But I was saying in respect to Chinese government, I think that is completely different on the views of the individual representation of the Chinese delegate. I said Chinese government want to prove it like that in response to Chinese government, not individual statement by the delegate of China. Thank you.
Can I make a response to that statement by the delegate of France?
Please proceed.
The delegates sitting in the Security Council have been representing the respective countries, and the delegates have the same stand on the same matter as the government has. So I think it's not the individual aspect of the delegate of China, but the Chinese government too has the same aspect, and the delegate of China is highlighting that aspect of the Chinese government.
Delegation of France would like to follow up.
Delegate of China, do you have any comment on?
No, madam. Not.
Okay.
Can the delegate of France follow up with the question?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. As the delegate of Mexico said, as it's solely understood, a representative of a country is solely under the accounts of the president of the country. Is it so? I think I am here representing my government under the head of state, Emmanuel Macron. And that's clear. And that shall be how the representative has to say. And I already said, Chinese version of the ideology is different when they relate with the Taliban. But out here, I was able to find the Chinese delegate showing a different aspect of what the Taliban want to say. Maybe a wiser aspect. I didn't criticize her. I said it was a much more wiser aspect than the government of China. So it's much more better. I think China has become more liberal in deploying diplomats which are much more liberal in this aspect. And I think that's clear with the delegate of Mexico. Thank you.
Does any delegate having any amendment on the operative paragraph number 6?
Delegate of Mexico would like to make a statement, not a comment on the operative paragraph number 6.
Amendment.
No, I just like a comment. I think the UN Secretary General must make a quick evaluation of the security in the Kabul airport for the safety of the people traveling via that airport.
Could you please repeat?
No, as we have seen so many recent blasts in Kabul airport, I would request the Secretary General to make a quick evaluation of the security conditions in that Kabul airport for the safety of the people traveling by that airport. It's not an amendment, but it's a state suggestion from my side, from the delegate of Mexico.
So you don't want to,
okay, thank you.
You don't want to insert any language, right?
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment, kind of following up the fact of what the delegation of China said about the willingness of countries. So the amendment is calls on the relevant parties to work with international partners that are willing to take steps to strengthen security and to prevent further casualties.
Any objection regarding the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of Vietnam?
Delegate of Mexico would like to support that statement made by the delegate of Vietnam in favor of delegate of China.
Does
Delegate
any
of
delegate
France.
having any objection?
Delegate of France would like to make that. May I?
France, do you want to?
Yes, I want to make.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. As it said, as the delegate of Vietnam said, and Mexico to support it, that they want willingness to be added.
Can you please be loud?
Yes, sure. As the delegate of Vietnam and as the delegate of Mexico added that they want willingness to be added to this, on this operative paragraph 6, which I think it's not necessary here. As we all know, the situation of Afghanistan is very problematic. We all know it is very catastrophic. We don't want willingness. We want participation. Participation shall be there. If there is no participation, only just willingness, every country can back out. Why not? Right? We don't want to back out. We want participation from other countries. We want participation to help the people of Afghanistan because we all are accountable. Because we are part of the international community. Thank you.
I would like to, the delegate of Mexico would like to make a statement opposing the delegate of France.
Please proceed.
That Mexico as a government and so, in my view, and so many other governments do not want to interfere in other countries' external affairs. Hence, I prefer to the word willingness rather than participation.
Delegate of Vietnam, do you have any comments?
Delegate of Vietnam would like to support the comment made by the delegate of Mexico because a lot of governments remain neutral. So thus I think willingness is quite apt.
Delegate of France, do you have any objection?
As of the concern raised by delegate of Mexico and Vietnam, as they too are the countries which say
Can you please be loud?
definitely. As a statement made by delegate of Mexico and delegate of Vietnam, they are supporting, these two countries are supporting it, but we can't say other countries want to support it or not. Other countries may wish to interfere in the matter of Afghanistan, may like to provide assistance. Maybe it won't be like Mexico and Vietnam. They don't want to provide assistance. We can understand that because they don't want to recognize the sovereignty of the people of Afghanistan. That is already understood. And it is clear, going against Afghanistan, going against France in a lot more matter like this by delegate of Mexico, it should completely delves into removing aid by delegate of France to delegate of Mexico, to the country of Mexico. Thank you.
In the can delegate of Mexico make a comment?
Yes, proceed.
Yes. In the prior arguments made, the delegate of France had made an argument that no one would support the so-called Taliban-led government. But at this point of time, he's again repeating the delegate of France is again repeating the point that we want partial rather than willingness. But here earlier, the delegate had made the point that no one would like to support and everyone would like to back out. But again, the delegate of France is making something that we must participate in that country.
I would like to object to what the delegate of Mexico has right now said.
Please proceed.
I think the topic here is not about supporting the Taliban. It is about the welfare of the Afghan citizens. Because when we talk about security, we're not talking about the security of the Taliban. We're talking about the security of the Afghan citizens. And they are calling in participation of international regions to ensure the security of its citizens on arrival, on departure. I think that's what is stated here, and it has nothing to do with the Taliban.
Can delegate of France follow?
Yes, proceed.
I think the delegate of St. Grenadians has been able to give out the statement rightly said.
Can you please be loud?
Yes, definitely. I think delegate of St. Vincent Grenadians has been able to give the statement rightly said, and it is understood by both the countries, Mexico and Vietnam, to what so extent are the word countries are participating. In fact, we truly respect that those two countries like Vietnam and Mexico doesn't want to participate into a reconciliation of Afghanistan into society. But I could find one of those statements in the speakers list of Mexico, which is that they want to reconcile Afghanistan into the society. I think that isn't truly understood now because they want to back out. They don't want to provide safety to people of Afghanistan, which is clearly said. And thank you, delegate of St. Vincent and Grenadines, to follow up with the question. Thank you.
The delegate of Mexico would like to follow up on this matter. Can I please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please
In the,
proceed.
in the introductory speech given by the delegate of Mexico, there was no point given that the Mexico would like to reconcile with Afghanistan, so that misinterpretation has been done by the delegate of France. And secondly, the Kabul airport directly comes under the so-called Taliban-led government. So any help to the airport must have to go through the Taliban-led government, and in turn you are directly supporting the Taliban-led government.
Delegate of France would like to follow.
Please proceed.
I didn't say Mexico is going to reconcile with Afghanistan. That's to be clear. And that wasn't what I meant. And next, the coming statement, right? That wasn't clear for me exactly. Could you just repeat
Can
that?
you please be loud?
Yes, definitely. I didn't, in the first statement made by delegate of Mexico, it should be clear that I didn't meant to reconcile Afghanistan with Mexico. And next, the following statement, I didn't hear it exactly. Could you just repeat that?
Sure, Delegate of France. What I meant was the Kabul airport comes under the Taliban, so any help from international partners or any willing countries or to the Taliban airport has to go through the Taliban-led Taliban then to the airport. So in turn, you're directly helping the Taliban.
I would like to follow up. May I proceed?
Yeah, you can proceed.
I think, again, in this scenario, like humanitarian aid, which is not going through the Taliban, I think what they mean by strengthening security, if you would continue reading, it also says to prevent further casualties. All it mentions is safeguarding its citizens. It is just a clause to say that the international partners will help safeguard the security of Afghan citizens, which is really required right now, considering what all they've been through in the recent events.
The delegate of Mexico is clear with that point.
Then too, can the delegate of France make a statement?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. And it has been rightly said by, again, delegate of St. Vincent and Grenadines to support the delegate of France. And I wanted to make it clear to the delegate of Mexico again that please be clear and safeguard the French fundings and not just argue about the Taliban. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of France.
As there were many comments and objections, can I put this? I shall put this amendment to one vote.
If
So what did you say? You want to go for a vote?
Those in favor can raise your hands.
No. This is an informal meeting. Where is the vote?
Oh, so sorry, sir. Sorry.
You can't have voting in an informal session. So
This
here,
will be put.
no, but have you noted all the amendments?
Yes, sir.
So you have to find a resolution. You have to see it all together and then make a text. If nobody has objected specifically, I didn't follow because I was busy with something else. So if there are any suggestions and if they are not contradictory, you must put it all together in the text.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the 7th operative paragraph. Note with concern that the Taliban government consists of several individuals who have been notified as terrorists by the United Nations. Does any delegate has any amendment on this operative paragraph number 7?
Delegate of Mexico.
Amendment.
Delegates
Saint Vincent,
kindly,
you can proceed.
Delegates
I
kindly
would
raise
like
your
to-
hand. I'm sorry,
yes.
Delegate of St. Vincent and Grenadines. It's very disruptive that everybody speaks of all of a sudden than persons, getting recognized by the Honorable Madam President. So kindly please raise your hand.
Moderator, it's not clear. Can you be please loud?
It's for the concern of everybody, all the distinguished delegates present here. Delegates, kindly raise your hand for the recognition by Madam President so that Madam President can recognize you in a systematic order. So this will avoid disruption and mutual interruption between each other. So I hope it's clear for all the delegates. And if you could, if I am audible to everyone, please respond with a thumbs up.
Thank you, moderator.
My apologies. May I continue?
Yes, proceed.
Towards the end of the paragraph, I would like to add, after United Nations, I would like to add, and demands they cut ties with external terrorist organizations.
Please repeat.
Towards the end of the paragraph, I would like to add, and demands they cut ties with external terrorist organizations.
But is that enough? Not only cut external thing, they should stop terrorism.
Sir, the members of the government are already nationally recognized terrorists who are actually wanted by the FBI. I think if they cut the ties with the external terrorist organizations they are known to have ties with, I think that would reduce the amount of...
This paragraph is not addressing that issue. This paragraph is addressing an issue relating to the UN.
The delegate of Mexico would like to make a statement and an amendment.
Yes, delegate.
Please proceed.
Yeah, the delegate of St. Vincent and Grenadines, the point which had been made by you, I think that point is mentioned in the operative paragraph number 2. So could you please reconsider your amendment? And to the amendment which the delegate of Mexico would like to make, note with concern that Taliban government consists of individuals who have been notified as terrorists by United Nations as well as several other countries.
No, that is not relevant here. Here they are only talking about the United Nations.
Okay, okay, sir.
That's
Sorry.
very, that's very common. Other countries, 193 countries have already said. So why are you going to say about other countries?
Delegate of Mexico, if you have your amendment done, please lower down your hand. The next delegate on the list.
There is no amendment. I told him that already.
All right, sir. So the next delegate who have raised his hand is delegate of France. Delegate of France, please go ahead.
France, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Moderator. Delegate of France would like to make amendment in the 7th operative paragraph, which says the Taliban government. In fact, that can be changed to de facto government of Taliban. Shall I repeat?
Yes.
Notes with concern that the de facto government. That the de facto government.
But everywhere have you put it? Wherever the word of government comes, have you put de facto?
Yes, sir, I have already been proposed. I have already proposed some of those amendments in those where I could find de facto.
Have you mentioned them as de facto? You are introducing a new concept. Has the UN recognized the de facto government of Taliban? That's a legal question.
The delegate of Vietnam would like the delegate of France to explain his amendment. That's not troubling.
Delegate of France, could you please explain?
Yes. Did the delegate of Vietnam said it's of de facto? I didn't hear it clearly.
Yeah.
It means not defined legally.
But has
the government which is
called it a de facto government? I don't think so.
Sorry, sir.
It has not been, the government has not been called de facto.
Yes, sir. I think it was called more often in the Moscow summit.
Maybe, but not here.
Okay, sir. That means it can be de facto means sorry, sir. In response to delegate of Vietnam, de facto means not legally binded government. Okay. And so here we can make amendments.
You are giving a legal status to the government of Afghanistan. When you say de facto government, you are giving it a status. In the Security Council, you are giving a status to that is not proper.
Okay, sir. I apologize for that.
So those who want to say, they can say in your statement that when we mean Taliban government, we mean de facto. You can say that in an explanation of what. But calling it a de facto government, I don't think the UN will have that.
Okay, sir. Does any delegate has any objection? So any amendment?
Honorable, most delegate of China would like to have an amendment on the 8th operative, sorry, the 7th.
We have not finished with 7. We have not finished with 7.
Yes. Seventh operative paragraph.
Yes, madam. Seventh operative paragraph. Towards the end, the delegate of China would like to add, who have been notified as terrorists by the United Nations, however, hopes and expects that the Taliban can integrate with different factions and ethnic groups in Afghanistan and restore peace in the country.
But is this the point space for that? We are specifically talking about terrorists being in the government. Anything else you can put anywhere else. But this is a very important statement by the Security Council. And if you mix it up with other things, then it loses its value.
Does any delegate having any amendment on the operative paragraph number 7? Move
on. Number 7 can remain unamended. Okay.
Moving on to operative paragraph number 8. Notes all that also the continuing discrimination against women and the violence against them in different parts of Afghanistan. Does any delegate having any amendment on the operative paragraph number 8?
This is the delegate of Tunisia. I would like to make an amendment. May I do it,
Please proceed.
President? So after discrimination against women, there should be also children. So women and children.
Does any delegate having any objection on the amendment made by the delegate of Tunisia?
I would like to add minorities as well.
A new
Women,
amendment,
children,
right?
and yes, women, children, and minorities.
The delegate of Mexico would like to support both the amendments made by St. Vincent and Tunisia, and would also like to add the amendment that against women, children, and minorities of Afghanistan and several other countries, as well as there are so many immigrants from other countries as well in Afghanistan. So women, children, and minorities from Afghanistan and several other countries.
Why? You say women, all women are included.
Okay, sir.
Doesn't say only women in Afghanistan. So, in different parts of Afghanistan, women and children and minorities. So it includes everybody from everywhere.
Okay, sir. My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. You can insist if you want. I'm not a delegate.
I think.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, well, carry on.
Does any delegate having any objection to the amendment made by Tunisia, Saint Vincent and Grenadines and Mexico?
Can Delegate of France speak up?
Please proceed.
As per the operative paragraph number 8, which different delegations, I don't remember the name exactly. I think
Please
Mexico.
be loud.
Definitely, Madam President. Under the 8th operative paragraph, and different delegation have added up to different terms regarding children and minorities. So I'm not calling up the name. So these all are included. After including in the children, minorities, all these adds up to what has been said under the operative paragraph number 4. If it's read, it's already stating women, children, and minorities. Again, repetition of what has been said in the operative paragraph 4. Instead, I would like to suggest this 8th paragraph operative paragraph to be a sub operative paragraph of the operative paragraph number 4.
No, this is a separate issue. This is not linked with paragraph 4. In paragraph 4, you are saying don't do that, etc. But here it is a present situation. That is, discrimination is actually taking place. That's a different matter. Whether you add the children, blah, blah, I don't care. But this is not paragraph 4. This is something else. That is in spite of all the assurances given by the Taliban, actually discrimination is taking place. So that should remain as it is. But please, you can add if you want. No harm in United Nations, you always repeat. So you can say women, children, minorities, everything comes. But the fact here is, highlighting is that there is still violence and discrimination against these people. That is the point.
Yes, sir. So then Delegation of France would like to carry on with what delegation has said and want to amend one more amendment in the operative paragraph number 8. and include gender along with children, minorities, and women.
I mean, gender minorities. That's what you mean.
No, sir. Common gender.
No, gender means what there?
The delegate of Mexico didn't understand by the implementation of the word gender into the paragraph. Could the delegate of France elaborate on that and explain?
No, gender doesn't fit in there. Gender
Okay,
in what context? Gender minorities or
Tony also doesn't understand what the France meant.
definitely, I understood what a different delegation was trying to say. And then apparently, if gender is not accepted, can it be included linguistic, ethnic, and religious minorities? Again, which has been stated in the operative paragraph number 4.
Yeah, you are yourself saying now, repeat what you said in paragraph 4.
Yes, sir. I already said it. That's what I was again
No,
repeating.
what I'm saying is, so if you bring all that in here, you will lose the thing. So once you say minorities and children that are important and this happening to them, that's enough. Now don't bring any other thing into this paragraph.
Definitely, sir. So according to you, sir, I won't like delegate of France won't like to dilute the resolution and let it be as same as per all the delegation has inputted into. Thank you.
Thanks, delegate of France, for explaining that point. Thank you.
This is the delegate of Tunisia. May I make a suggestion, Madam President?
Yes, proceed.
I would say that we could add also on how the children, there's illegal child marriage where 1/3 of Afghanistan girls are getting married below the age of 18.
Wait again.
This is just a suggestion, but I think it'd be good to have it in this paragraph where there's illegal child marriage where 1/3 of Afghanistan girls are to get married below the age of 18.
Well, we are talking about violence.
Yeah, I think
The
we
other
could
one that
add
we
that.
already covered, no? Underage and all that.
It was a suggestion, but I think if we like
Here
we
it
could
is
add
not
that.
a suggestion. Here is not a suggestion. You are taking note of the fact that this exists. Violence.
Could we add that?
This is contrary to what Taliban is claiming. So you are addressing a particular issue of Taliban lying. And how does the marriage issue come into this now?
Because we were talking on against violence on women and children, so this also happens to be what in it as well.
That way there are so many violence. You can put rape in it. You can put various things. What is the need for it?
Delegate of Vietnam would like to oppose what the delegate of Tunisia suggested because I think that fact is quite aptly covered in violence itself.
All right, then I take it back.
Delegate of Mexico would like to support delegate of Vietnam.
Okay, thank you, delegate of Tunisia. Any delegate having any amendment on operative paragraph number 8?
Most distinguished Madam President Kenya, delegate of China would like to have a clause at the end of the 8th operative paragraph. Also the continuing discrimination against women and violence against them in different parts of Afghanistan. However, hopes that Taliban refrains from the acts in the near future. Because this is something that we all discuss about, we hope and we think that they refrain from the acts. Even the Security Council, even the Secretary General was talking about that.
Okay, have you got the language?
No, could you please repeat?
However, hopes that Taliban refrains from the acts in the near future.
Does any delegate having any objection to the amendment made by the distinguished delegate of China? Moving on. Operative paragraph number 9. Decides to remain seized of the matter.
Nobody
Does
can,
any delegate having any?
nobody can object to that. Okay, please conclude now. Thomas.
Can we accept the draft resolution as orally amended on the understanding that the actual language will be finalized by the delegation concerned by the President and Secretary General?
Yeah, it's an informal, so you don't have to ask like that. It's okay.
Okay, sir.
You just inform them that this is what's going to happen.
Distinguished delegate,
Madam
can
President,
I? Yes.
President, can the delegate of France include some more operative paragraph into the resolution?
Will you be please loud?
Can the delegate of France include some more operative paragraph into the resolution?
In which paragraph?
The new paragraph.
Okay. Yeah, it's proceed.
Thank you, President.
After which operative paragraph do you want to add it?
There shall be new operative paragraph, like you can
Where?
Okay.
in place of the eighth, in the eighth operative paragraph.
Okay, it'll be new paragraph 8. Okay. And then present paragraph will become 9. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So read it out.
Recommends the NGO and humanitarian group to set helpline services in conflict-prone areas to ensure support mechanism citizens of Afghanistan and to facilitate them with equitable access to healthcare and medical facilities.
How can the NGOs do that?
So many of the supports to the Afghanistan and the present groundworks are done by the NGOs itself, right? Even the United Nations is taking help from.
So that has to be done by the government. NGOs cannot do that.
They are just setting up the
What
help.
authority do they have? NGOs have no authority.
Okay, sir. Then can the delegate of France make one more amendment? Sorry, one more operative paragraph into it. Add one more.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Stresses the critical importance of a continued presence of UNAMA and other United Nations agencies, funds, and programs across Afghanistan, and calls upon all Afghan and international parties to coordinate with UNAMA in the implementation of its mandate and to ensure the safety, security, freedom of movement of United Nations and associated personnel throughout the country.
This is not there anywhere else.
A delegate of Mexico would like to make a suggestion on that amendment because on that operative paragraph, because the points mentioned in the operative paragraph suggested by delegate of France have been indirectly mentioned in the previous 4 operative paragraphs. So I guess that operative paragraph should not be put into consideration.
Can the Mexican delegation be clear? Because the other amendment that I made is related to United Nations assistance mission to Afghanistan. That doesn't have any relation with the humanitarian assistance or any sort.
Delegate of Mexico, do you have any comments?
No, Madam President, I have no comments.
Delegate of France, could you please put the new amended one into that? Will you please type on the chat box?
Definitely, Madam President.
May I add an operational paragraph?
Okay, you can proceed.
Notes that the only viable solution to this conflict is a negotiated political settlement.
Where is a new one?
A new one at the end.
Okay. Could you please repeat?
Notes that the only viable solution to this conflict is a negotiated political settlement.
Can you please type in the chat box?
Yes, definitely.
Is any delegate having any objection regarding the amendment made by the delegates of Saint Vincent and Grenadines?
Delegate of Mexico would like to oppose that operative paragraph because the points mentioned in the new operative paragraph have been already mentioned in operative paragraph number 4. Like encourages all parties to seek an inclusive negotiated political settlement with the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women, etc. So I guess that point is clearly mentioned in operative paragraph number 4. Hence, I don't see the need of a new operative paragraph.
Does Delegate of Saint Vincent and Grenadines, do you have any comments?
I take back what I said.
So where are we? Have we concluded now?
And the delegate friends give another operative paragraph. May I?
Yes.
Recommends the appointment of a special rapporteur to look into issues of human rights in Afghanistan. The special rapporteur should be given access to work on all circumstances. Further recommends the Council to abide by the report of the special rapporteur and take in the recommendation for approved study purposes.
Any objection to the amendment made by the France?
The delegate of Mexico would like to support the amendment made by the delegate of France.
But the language has to be looked at. You cannot ask the Security Secretary General to do blah blah, etc. It has to be more politely put. Will you read it out, the language?
Any delegates having any objection?
No. Let France give the language. The language is bad.
Okay, sir.
Yes, I will look up into it. 1 second, sir.
You read the sentence, because you are saying Secretary General should do this or Security Council should do this, etc. That you don't.
No, sir, I didn't. No, sir, I didn't mention Security Council.
Then what did you say? Read the paragraph.
Okay, sir. Recommends the appointment of a special rapporteur to look into issues of human rights in Afghanistan. Sub-operative paragraph, that's the special rapporteur should be given access to work on all circumstances. The next one further recommends the Council to abide by the report of the special rapporteur and take in the recommends.
How can the Security Council abide by the report? Who is this committee to tell the Security Council that they should listen to us? They have no such authority.
Can it be looked upon too by the report of special rapporteur?
No, you are setting up. You are talking about rapporteur, right? That's the word you are using.
Yes, sir.
Special rapporteur. I hope everybody knows that word. R-A-P-P-O-R-T-E-U-R. Rapporteur. But that is normally appointed by the Human Rights Council, not by the Security Council. So you can put it up in the Human Rights Council. Security Council does not appoint special rapporteurs.
Okay, sir. The Human Rights Council. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on now.
Sir, I will read the new amendment made by the France.
Yes.
Recommends the appointment of a special rapporteur to look.
That we are leaving. You cannot ask Security Council to appoint rapporteur.
Sir, can you please repeat?
No, that amendment he has withdrawn because it is not the Security Council's job to appoint rapporteurs for human rights.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So informal consultations are over and we will meet in the formal session. That's all that we have to say.
Okay, sir. Distinguished delegate, we have finalized the draft resolution. We will now meet in a formal session at 2 p.m. to vote on the draft resolution.
Okay, so that means the concluding session will be after the formal session, right?
Yes.
Dina, you noted that. Dina there?
Sir? Yes, I have noted that and I will inform the invitees also.
It may take at least half an hour to do that.
I understand, sir.
Anyway, if those they want to come, they can come, but I would say just tell them that it may be delayed.
Sure.
Honorable President, will we be meeting at 2 p.m. for the formal session?
Yes, we are meeting at 2 for the formal session.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President.
So the informal session is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
sir.
President.
Madam President.
The meeting is adjourned. So what is she saying?
Good afternoon, all.
medicines and checking blood to control her blood sugar levels.
ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചു പക്ഷേ മീറ്റിംഗ് വീണ്ടും തുടങ്ങാൻ പോവാണ്. മീറ്റിംഗ് വീണ്ടും തുടങ്ങാം. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ.
Good afternoon, delegates. I request all of you to kindly fill in the feedback forms. The link to the feedback form is given in the chat box. Kindly give your feedbacks. And I trust you had 3 very productive days. I also like to introduce about Dr. Kalam Smriti International to you. Dr. Kalam Smriti International is an organization situated, in Trivandrum. We are having a museum dedicated to Dr. Kalam, and we also have different programs for the development and for the empowerment of youth. And we are very proud to say that we are given the special consultative status by the UN ECOSOC this year. And we are very happy that with your participation and seriousness which you have given to the UN Replica 2021. I trust you will be participating in the coming years as well. Thank you. I once again remind you about filling in the feedback form. Thank you.
So what happened to the president?
So I'm here.
Why, but then you are not seen here. I don't see you on the screen. Okay, good.
Can you?
Yeah, please start, please start. You need any clarification?
No, sir.
Okay, then start.
Okay, sir. Delegates, now it's time to move into the final voting. Sorry. Delegates, by the discretion of President of Security Council, we are back in the formal session. So now it's time to move into the final voting on draft resolution. Final resolution will be read by delegates of United Kingdom. The second operative paragraph had changed to demands that Afghan territory not be used to threaten or attack any country or hamper any nation's sovereignty or to shelter or train terrorists or to glorify terrorism and instill terrorism in education curriculum or to plan or to finance terrorist act, not to make laws or settlement in favor of terrorism, and retrace the importance of combating terrorism in Afghanistan, including those individuals and entities designed pursuant to Resolution 1267/1999, which include the mentioned individuals from the de facto government of the Taliban reign, and notes the Taliban's relevant commitment and requests the Secretary General of the UN to monitor the resolution. The third operative paragraph had changed to urge and emphasize for strengthened efforts to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan, calls on all parties to allow full, safe, and unhindered access for the United Nations, its specialized agencies and implementing partners, and all humanitarian actors engaged in humanitarian relief activity, including with respect to internally displaced persons, refugees, to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches all those in need, calls on all donors and international humanitarian actors to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan and major Afghan refugee hosting countries,
and underlines that all parties must respect their obligations under international humanitarian law in all circumstances, including those related to the protection of civilians, and inject aid directly into the Afghan economy while avoiding channeling cash through the Taliban. The fourth preoperative paragraph had changed to reaffirms the importance of upholding human rights, including those of women, children, and gender, linguistic, ethnic, and religious minorities. Encourages all parties to seek an inclusive, negotiated political settlement, freedom of speech, with the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women. With amendments, participation of women amendments made to the Sharia law in accordance with the contemporary social circumstances that respond to the desire of Afghans to sustain and build on the Afghanistan gain over the last 20 years in adherence to the rule of law, and underlines that all parties must respect their obligations. New aid. New aid of preoperative paragraph stresses the critical importance of a continued presence of a UNAMA and other United Nations agencies, funds and programs across Afghanistan, and calls upon all Afghan and international parties to coordinate with UNAMA in the implementation of its mandate and to ensure the safety, security and freedom of movement of United Nations and associated personnel throughout the country. New 9 preoperative paragraph notes that the only viable solutions to conflict is negotiated settlements. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of UK. I shall now put the orally amended resolutions to the vote. Does any delegate have any statement before voting? Moving on to vote. Those against the resolution can raise their hand. Any delegate abstaining the resolution can raise hand.
Why is China and Russia not raising their hands?
Sir, abstaining means a pause.
So I did raise my hand.
Russia did. About China?
Sir?
Is China abstaining on the resolution?
Sir, I think China is having a bad connectivity.
What?
A bad connectivity. That might be the problem. Delegate of China, are you present in the committee? I'm sorry, in the session.
Sir?
If yes, please respond to the.
I can see her.
Yeah, ma'am, please respond to the voting.
Draft resolution as whole was adopted.
No, has she abstained?
Abstention by China and Russia.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Now you can announce the results.
Seeing that this resolution reached simple majority, I, as the President of Security Council, declare this draft resolution as passed.
But you have to mention the votes. 12 in favor, 2 abstention, none against, all that.
13 will be 13 in favor and 2 is abstaining.
And none against.
None against.
Say it again, the proper form.
Draft resolution as whole was adopted by 13 votes in favor with 2 abstention and none against.
So now statements after the vote.
Any delegates having any statement after the vote?
Delegation friends would like to make a statement for the resolution.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Excellent. Delegate of France sees this resolution to be a product of understanding by every country in the safety of this chamber. We have been able to include stressing concerns such as women's rights, humanitarian assistance, and continuous support by the UN bodies and humanitarian actors. We hope for the best through this resolution and let it be the foundation of our future missions to Afghanistan and the Taliban regime. It is also noted about the lobbying for the protection of human rights, to hold the militants to their pledge to stop the country again becoming an exporter of terrorism and to help prevent a humanitarian crisis. Thank you all members, non-member states in addressing some of the major concerns and being a leader for the reform of situation in Afghanistan. Thank you, Representative of Kenya, under your leadership, we were able to draft the resolution. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, distinguished delegates.
Thank you, Delegate of France. Now I adjourn the formal session of the Security Council. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you very much. So Dina can announce the concluding session. Is she there?
Dina ma'am, are you present in the session?
Yes, yes.
So we will have the valedictory function starting by 2:30 because the invitees are yet to join. We have informed that the function will begin at 2:30.
So everybody will listen to it wherever they are, right?
Yeah, right.
Because the prizes will also be announced there.
True, sir.
Okay, so don't go away. Stay tuned from 2:30 onwards. Okay, I shall now come to the building, right?
Yes, sir, please.
Good.
We are looking forward for that.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Very good.
Thank you,
I'll say something in the conclusion, but it has been a very successful, exceptionally brilliant session. And everybody must take it to the front. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, delegates. Kindly stay tuned. We will resume the function by 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. It was wonderful meeting you all. Yeah, thank you.
അബ്ദുൽ കലാമിന് ഒരുക്കി സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ആദ്യമായ ഒരു മ്യൂസിയം. തിരുവനന്തപുരം വെള്ളനാടിന് സമീപം പുനലാലിലെ കലാം സ്മൃതി മ്യൂസിയത്തിലെ കാഴ്ചകൾ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മിസൈൽ മാന്റെ ജീവിതത്തിലെ അപൂർവ നിമിഷങ്ങളുടെ അടയാളപ്പെടുത്തലാണ്.
Where there is righteousness in the heart, where there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. When there is harmony in the home, there is harmony, there is an order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there is peace in the home.
സ്വപ്നങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിരുകളില്ലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കലാം എന്ന വലിയ മനുഷ്യൻ നമ്മെ പഠിപ്പിച്ച പാഠങ്ങൾ. ശാസ്ത്രത്തിനൊപ്പം സാഹിത്യത്തെയും കലയെയും ഒരുപോലെ സ്നേഹിച്ച APJയുടെ അപൂർവ ചിത്രങ്ങൾ. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ വസ്ത്രം, ഉപയോഗിച്ചിരുന്ന പേന, പാത്രങ്ങൾ. രാമേശ്വരത്തെ മുക്കുവ ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ നിന്നും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവൻ വരെ എത്തിയ ഡോക്ടർ APJ അബ്ദുൽ കലാമിന്റെ ജീവിതത്തിലൂടെ ഒരു യാത്ര. APJയുടെ കുടുംബത്തിന്റെയും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവന്റെ സഹകരണത്തോടെയും കൂടിയാണ് കലാം സ്മൃതി ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ മ്യൂസിയം നിർമ്മിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്.
കലാം സാറ് നമ്മുടെ യുവതലമുറയ്ക്ക് കൊടുത്തിരുന്ന സന്ദേശങ്ങൾ വളരെ ഭംഗിയായി ഇവിടെ പകർത്തി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ സന്ദർശിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഇത് വളരെ പ്രചോദനമായിരിക്കും.
തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തെ കൊച്ചു ഗ്രാമത്തിലെ മ്യൂസിയം ഡൽഹി ക്യാമ്പസിലാണ് സ്ഥിതി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. 2 ദിവസം സന്ദർശകർക്ക് പ്രവേശനമുണ്ടാകും. ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റ് ന്യൂസ്, തിരുവനന്തപുരം.
Dr. Kalam Smriti International Excellence Award is a prestigious prize given in the name of our late president. Dr. Kalam Smriti International wishes to immortalize the ideals and visions of our mentor. Through this award, we recognize the great leadership of democratically elected leaders who are bringing about positive change to the lives of the people and who can share the vision of Dr. Kalam for a developed nation.
A most outstanding scientific intellect, a very able administrator, a visionary, a dreamer, and a man of action.
I think this is South India's first organization dedicated to the lifetime of Dr. APJ.
This year's Dr. Kalam Smriti International Excellence Award 2018 is presented to His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the Honorable President of Ghana, for his long-term and sustainable plans for the development of Ghana. For this, I request Sri T.P. Srinivasan to present a ponnada. Honorable Deputy Speaker to present the citation. I request His Excellency Sri Kumanam Rajshekharan, the Honorable Governor of Mizoram, to present Dr. Kalam Smriti International Excellence Award.
The President shares the honor and will continue to be guided by the vision of economic sustainability that is shared with Dr. Kalam. I thank you so much.
To honor Dr. K. Shivan, the Chairman, ISRO, for his immense contributions to the Indian Space Research Program. Today, it is already second half of 2018. 2020 is not far away. We all have to work tirelessly with full dedication. Then only we can hope to realize the vision of Dr. Kalam, which has the Delhi group of institutions as well as the Dr. Kalam Smriti Museum. I can unequivocally say that this is one of the fittest, most fitting that anybody in this country or in this world has given to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The number one rank in that would definitely come to the Smriti Museum that we have back in Daleview in Velana. This organization, inshallah, it will definitely prosper the youth of our country. Where Kalam themselves inspire people who are able to transform situations and give responsibilities and people make people work and deliver. 40 വർഷത്തിന് മുമ്പ് ഈ ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ ആരംഭിച്ച സേവന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ അത് ഒരുപടി മുമ്പോട്ട് ശാസ്ത്രരംഗത്തും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കലാം സാറിന്റെ കാഴ്ചപ്പാടുകൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ദർശനം അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ കണ്ടെത്തൽ അത് സമൂഹത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്നതിന് ഡെയിലി ആവുന്നതെല്ലാം ചെയ്യുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലും ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവർ ഹൃദയപൂർവ്വം എന്റെ നന്ദിയും കടപ്പാടും അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എന്റെ വാക്കുകൂടെ ചുരുക്കുന്നു. നമസ്കാരം. Unveil the commemoration plate. Kalamji was the true embodiment of qualities of Siddhaprajna prescribed by Vedas. The Kalamji achieved greatness on his own. He dreamed great, thought great, and lived great. Our thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. We will be meeting shortly with our international conference, which will be on September 15th. Thank you very much.
കിച്ചണിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ നൂതനത്വത്തെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ താങ്കളോട് പറയാം വെറും 2 വാക്കിൽ. ലിഫ്റ്റ്.
In the diverse world of flowers, Neelakurni stands out as a unique one. It's a flower that blooms once in 12 years. Some men are unique like the Neelakurni. They go on to make a mark with their lives. In that league of men is C. Krishnadas, who carries the charm of a commoner. Hailing from the village of Punalal in the southernmost district of Trivandrum in Kerala, Visudas dreamt of bringing radical changes to the lives of the ordinary people. Four decades have gone by since Christudas started View, a visionary movement to address societal concerns.
അന്ന് ഈ പ്രദേശത്തിലെ ആളുകളുടെ ദാരിദ്ര്യവും ഇല്ലിറ്ററസി പട്ടിണിയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള ചൂഷണങ്ങളും നിലനിന്നിരുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടമാണ്. ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് ഡെയിലി സ്ഥാപനം ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ സ്ഥാപനം ആവശ്യമാണ്. ജനങ്ങളുടെ ദാരിദ്ര്യവും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവരുടെ ഇടയിലുള്ള ചൂഷണവും അതുപോലെ പവർട്ടി ദാരിദ്ര്യ നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനവും ഒരു വലിയ സംഭവമായി നിന്നിരുന്ന കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഒരു സ്ഥാപനത്തിലൂടെ മാത്രമേ ഒരു പരിഹാര മാർഗം ഉണ്ടാവുകയുള്ളൂ എന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടാണ് 1977 ഒരു വിമൻസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പാണ് ആദ്യമായി ഇവിടെ ആരംഭിച്ചത്. അന്ന് ഡെയിൽ വ്യൂ എന്നുള്ള ചിന്ത ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ ആ വിമൻസ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷനിലൂടെ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ ആരോഗ്യവും
രണ്ടു വർഷം നോക്കിയപ്പോഴും ഈ ആളുകൾ ആദ്യമായി ചിലരൊക്കെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയുന്നത് വാസ്തവമാണ് ബോധ്യമാണ് ഇൻസ്പെക്ഷൻ നടത്തിയാൽ അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ 50 ലക്ഷത്തെ അങ്ങനെ 50 ലക്ഷത്തി 30 കിടക്കായി 30 കിടക്കായി ഇപ്പൊ അതിന് 90 കിടക്കായി
This, we have to be in the mind of the truck market at snail space and with a great deal of Brazilian. Lots of crystals began to build wisdom. Thus came into existence Bellevue Rehabilitation Center, being established dealing with in India. This 100-bed center has given 2 weeks of life to thousands of people. Who's leading the center to successful rehabilitation of people domestic violence and are provided with the required know-how to become self-employed. These centers, situated in the lap of Agastya Hills, have become abodes of women empowerment.
ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡേഷൻ ഒരു വലിയ മുതൽക്കൂട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് റെയിൽവേ സുരക്ഷ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാരണം ഒരുപാട് പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുള്ള ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡേഴ്സിന്റെ ഇടയിൽ എപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്വന്തം വീട്ടിൽ ചെന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയുടെ സഹോദരങ്ങളോടും പറഞ്ഞതിനേക്കായി ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ടും ധൈര്യമായിട്ടും ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയാവുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥാപനമാണ് റെയിൽവേ സുരക്ഷാ പ്രോജക്റ്റ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡർ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ നിയമത്തെ കുറിച്ചോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബാക്കിയുള്ള ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇഷ്യൂസിനെ കുറിച്ചോ ഒന്നും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വലുതായിട്ടൊന്നും അറിയത്തില്ല. അപ്പൊ പല ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡേഴ്സിനെയും വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വെളിയിലാക്കുകയും സ്വത്ത് കൊടുക്കാതെ അങ്ങനെ ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ അമ്മയും അച്ഛനും സഹോദരങ്ങളും വെളിയിലാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള പല ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡേഴ്സും ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനെ വിട്ടു, ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഓർക്കാറ് പോലും ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോഴാണ് റെയിൽവേ സുരക്ഷാ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഡൽഹിയിൽ നിന്ന് പിന്നെ അതായത് അഡ്വക്കേസി മീറ്റിംഗ്, ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡേഴ്സിന് സ്വത്ത് കൊടുക്കാതെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വീട്ടിൽ കയറ്റാതെ ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡേഴ്സിന് ലീഗലായിട്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതിനെ കുറിച്ച്
The crops were spared from the gushing rainwater. Practice of rainwater harvesting was also introduced in these farmlands. Watershed projects were extended with local ponds and canals originated. Settlements were supported with new water connection. Wells were dug to overcome water scarcity. Those who kept their living out of battle began from battle near to water sources, which gave great relief to stay back. Systems was also able to start cloud gardens, some of the special place of the cloud business. Farming also introduced animal husbandry. It was he who introduced the irregular variety of chicken in this region. So cows, dogs became part of households, lifestyle of the people actually began to think. People aware of their opportunities and privileges. This does the early phase of his interventions, Asa began to focus on the field of education. Education programs that were started to village children to transform. Education establishment they used the state of realizing a college for farmers. All these institutions had a standard thus and determined which have been duly recognized through many honors and awards. Which he accepted as human. He also earned a doctorate for his outstanding work in social service. They knew again the importance of empowering women. He was informed to create common workplaces and small business owners were provided with all possible assistance by daily. Patients like daily food processing began economic growth. More than half of the houses were built by daily in the village. All these were happening. Because they didn't enjoy the
Good afternoon to all. Now we are entering into the valedictory function of UN Replica 2021. I would like to welcome you all to the valedictory session. Through this great event, UN Replica 2021, we got a wonderful chance to familiarize with various sessions of the UN Assembly. It was really a great learning experience for all of us. By attending it, we got great motivation and inspiration for becoming a part of UN in future. This replica could create the real atmosphere of UN, and we felt as if we were in the real UN assembly. We are very lucky and proud to take part in this UN Replica 2021. Now let me request the most respected personality, Mr. Rajesh George Kulangara, the partner of UN Replica 2021, the educational entrepreneur, the spiritual traveler, the executive director of Labour India, and the well-known film producer for the welcome address of this valedictory session. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Distinguished President of the meeting, our Guru and Mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan. Host of UN Replica 2021, Dr. Kalam Smriti International and Daleview Campus, represented by Dr. Shaiju Alfie David and Dina Das. Distinguished President of Security Council, General Assembly, Secretary General, delegates from across the globe, teachers, parents, and spectators. Climate change and Afghanistan. The most pressing issues of 2021 have been studied, debated, and resolved in an impeccable way by the young diplomats from education institutions across the country in last 2 days. Indeed, it's my pleasure to be part of this fraternity of global learners. I have always interacted with teachers and parents on the need of training and exposing our kids to the hard realities of our world from a tender age. This is the platform serving that purpose, handcrafted by our respected mentor, Guru, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, sir. I was listening to the debates, and I'm happy that we have served the purpose. I request everyone to keep telling your friends and family about your experience. I believe now you can better understand the value and meaning of the vision of UN Replica. It's our responsibility as parents and teachers to promote the spirit of global thinking and local action. I take this opportunity to welcome our dear Guru, our mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, sir, on behalf of all present over here. The enthusiasm of Dr. Shaiju Alfie David and his vision of Kalam Smriti International is truly admirable. Thank you for the bold decision to make this event go live online. I take this opportunity to welcome you, sir, to this August gathering. The backbone of UN Replica 2021 and the smart, hardworking Madam Dina Das, who made this event such a memorable success, I welcome you to this function. The organizing team who made this event a historic one, each one of you from Daleview Campus, Kalam Smriti International, online team, especially Manoj sir, Sajeev sir, Domil Anthony, and the whole team working behind the screens, I welcome you all. I welcome all the inspiring teachers, principals, parents who supported to make this event possible. Welcome all. Especially I welcome Nikita Mary Edis, Amrita S. Pillai, Anjana Jalraj, who led this event and made this a success. Finally, and most importantly, the distinguished delegates who participated with clarity and vigor. Your homework made this event truly international. Keep coming back to UN Replica. Welcome UN Replica delegates. Thank you. Looking forward to meeting you again next year. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to the most exciting moment of the session. Now I request His Excellency Ambassador Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir to declare the awards of UN Replica 2021.
Hello. Thank you very much, Rajesh, for those lovely words of welcome. In fact, we had great fun in the last 3 days. I know Rajesh was not with us, but he has been with us on physical sessions. And all of us who participated really enjoyed it. We are feeling some kind of depression now that it's all over, at least for this year. So it was really a magical world. It was not a real world at all. We were all acting as different countries, different people, different roles. And one of the biggest difference between the previous sessions and this one is that there has not been anybody who has done the model UN before. And that was much easier for me to manage it, because those who have done model UN are used to certain things which are not in the UN. So I have to first uneducate them before I educate them. But this time there was only 1 or 2 people who were the experience. So all of them were very new. But that was the greatest part of it. In spite of the fact they all performed so well, exceptionally well. And I was myself surprised the mastery of the subject and also their ability to suggest amendments and fight for it. So I was really enjoying it. For me, it's always a nostalgia. After 20 years in the UN, anything that relating to the UN makes me very excited. So, and therefore it was very, very good. And I congratulate each one of them. I don't know who is going to get the prizes, but each one of them I would give a prize if I had a choice to do so. Because the presidents of the General Assembly and the Security Council, the Secretary General, and all others, all officials, I think mostly from Daleview and others, did an exceptional work. But what I would like to mention is the heroic work done by Deena Das. I think she is the heroine of the pillar of this particular function, and I'm so grateful. I think she hasn't slept for 3-4 days, because I used to get calls at 1 o'clock at midnight asking me whether it was right. And I went back to sleep, then she went on doing work for us. So I think she should get the greatest credit for this. Of course, like every successful woman is a successful man behind her. And I have not seen him for the last 3 days, but obviously he has been pushing her from behind to do all this, I'm sure. So Alfie also we must remember. We are also pleased that Mr. E.M. Najib is here. What we need more than anybody else is the support from outside, particularly in terms of some financial support. And we have, I think, 3 or 4 sponsors. And I'm sure Mr. Najib must have been the biggest sponsor. I don't know. I have not asked that question. But I know Najib's generosity, and therefore I know he would have helped us. So in every way, I think this was a very successful session. It's a pity that we could not do it physically, because when you do it physically, there are more challenges, but also more fun, because you can actually, face each other. And so we would have that experience. Hopefully next year, the pandemic would be over and we'll be able to do it in a physical way in a huge hall. Because what they used to do, what George used to do, was to create these sets with film sets. They used to come and create all this. And it was very impressive. People would not even know that they were not in the United Nations. As I always say, the purpose of this is to make it familiar for young students as to what the United Nations is like. And we don't take any liberties with that. We use the rules of procedure, all the etiquette, the clothing, everything as in the United Nations. So if one of you or any one of you will go to New York at one time and go into the United Nations, you will think you have been here before. And that kind of feeling you will get. And that is the purpose of this. And with that, that is the business. But with that also we had a lot of fun correcting each other, teaching each other, finding fault with others and so on. So I consider the United Nations a kind of university. You learn so many things at the United Nations. First of all, tolerance of others. Secondly, consensus making. Thirdly, accommodation. Then deal making. All these things that are very valuable in life, you learn at the United Nations. The very fact that an organization with 193 countries can adopt unanimous resolutions, you can imagine. Even if we meet, 5 of us meet, we cannot agree. Here is 193 people saying this resolution is unanimous. And that is the spirit of the United Nations. The trick is, unless it is something against your interests, you go along, as long as it doesn't hurt you. So that is the spirit in which the United Nations functions. And in life, if we can do that, without sticking on to small things to prove a point, and go along with the others for the sake of the goodness of the world. That, I think, is the lesson that we learn from the United Nations. So I hope all the participants learn those lessons, and they will use those lessons in their real life. So the UN stops, but the real life begins, and all those things that you learned in the last 3 days, I'm sure they'll come back to your mind when you take your decisions of the future. This time, perhaps, since you're all operating from home, your parents must have also been watching, I suppose. I didn't see any of the parent coming and jumping and taking the mic from you. But obviously, they must have been waiting patiently to watch you performing. And so please thank them for giving you this opportunity and patiently watching all of you functioning. And we'll be very happy to hear from them as to how much they enjoyed or if they have any suggestions for improvement. But if it is a regular session, then it's more difficult for everybody to travel. So I always say that even the biggest crisis has an advantage. We were doing physical session and all of us could not have been there. So in this new norm, the new world that we are in, there are advantages and more disadvantages than advantages. But the idea is to turn your disadvantages into advantages. This online education itself is something that I've been promoting for 10 years, but nobody took it because they thought there would be no need for it. But now we know, without that, we could not have survived even. So that is the one thing that we have done. And even in the future, even after the pandemic, it will not be exclusively classroom education. Because education and ideas are out in the world. And you need not confine yourself to your own teachers. So if you want to get that knowledge, you need to have online education. And that is why the idea that we have to now create all these facilities will be of helpful to you in the future. So thank you very much, all of you, for all giving me all the support and listening to what I said, because I convinced them that I know the UN better than all of you, because I spent 20 years there. But thank you for supporting and encouraging. MC, if you don't mind, I'll request Mr. Najib to say a few words. It's not in the program.
Thank you very much, DP sir. After hearing such a wonderful speech by Ambassador TP Srinivasan, there is nothing more to add. But I must thank Alfie as well as Bina for inviting me for this valedictory function. And when I came here, and of course I have been seeing the replicas posted in the WhatsApp groups by TP sir as well as Alfie, and I'm so glad that UN replica has been done here, and and all the students got the opportunity to participate and understand and acquire a lot of knowledge from the sessions which has been going on for the last 3 days. Ambassador TP Srinivasan is, he said about the nostalgic feeling, which I can really understand because, he spent most of his time in UN and, very substantially contributed for the, for India is in our country from there, and established excellent rapport and relationship with all the countries, all the members there, and that was really a goodwill generation for our country. We are really proud of the contributions of Mr. TP Srinivasan over the years as an ambassador in UN as well as in other countries. Even after coming back, he has been very, very active in the field of education as well as in the field of knowledge sharing in various aspects, inviting many ambassadors through his Asianet program and other interviews
And, it's such a lot of information has been shared, experience has been shared by every one of them, only because of his encouragement and motivation. And he has been always, a real, motivator for all the students. We have invited him for a function in one of our native places. When he came there, thousands of people, my students were there. He was talking about to them about the service, about the importance of the IAS and IFS and IPS, and he was passing on a lot of information, encouraged many of them. And as a result of that motivation, in the last couple of exams, not only not in the IAS exam, but all the other exams, people have been faring very well, getting a lot of A pluses and things like that. So it's such a dedicated service he has been extending without expecting anything from anyone. But he feels that it's a responsibility to educate youngsters and motivate them, to encourage them, and they will be a biggest contributor for our nation. And all the students, I congratulate every one of you for participating in this replica function. And I'm sure that it has been beneficial to you. Interactions and the classes and everything has been extremely beneficial to you. And you must be waiting for the prizes, to be announced by the judges now. I'm sure that that is going to happen very soon, and I congratulate all the winners as well as all the participants. And once again, thank you for inviting me, Alfie and Bina and everyone, and also I'm so glad that I can share the stage with our good friend Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, and wish you all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request for the announcement of prizes.
Good afternoon, most respected T.P. Srinivasan sir, Najib sir, and my dearest delegates. It has been 3 exciting days for me, learning a lot, debating, resolving, and enjoying about your comments, your participation, and of course, doing a lot of secretarial work at the back end. Like sir said, I was so excited, like I couldn't sleep. That is why I was always disturbing you with my questions. And I should also acknowledge the support of the team members of UN Replica coordinating team, because they was also working with me day and night, communicating to the delegates and also sending mails and making calls. So that was indispensable, because they were such a great team for me. And I trust the delegates was also enjoying the last 3 days, learning a lot, and really feeling what is happening in the UN Assembly. And the mentorship of T.P. Srinivasan sir was commendable. Like he was guiding us throughout, sitting 3 days with us, making comments, giving us corrections, and guiding us to exactly present like a delegate of a distinguished country. So that was a great experience, and I'm sure that this will be an asset for you in the coming years. And I'm interested with the job to announce the prizes. As you all know, it is not an easy task. Like sir said already, if there was a chance to give prizes to all the candidates, we could have done that. But due to the limitations, we have to limit it to 3 candidates. But all of you were simply superb. You were marvelous, giving your speech statements and also making a lot of changes and amendments in the resolutions. So you know what is actually about climate change and the situation in Afghanistan. And that was a great learning process for all of us. And candidates, there are no words to express how well you have done. You were simply marvelous. And now getting on to my job, I'm about to announce the prizes. We have 3 prizes, which include a cash prize, a memento, and a certificate for the first 3 winners. And the first prize will be an amount of rupees 3,000 plus a certificate and a memento. And the second prize is rupees 2,000 memento and certificate. And the third prize is rupees 1,000 memento and a certificate. So as you all know, the last 2 days, it was a tough job. I also have to thank the judging team for making the correct nominations, because it was a tough job for them also, because they have to listen all the council meetings and the assembly, and they also have to make the correct evaluation. And I trust we did justice, and I'm very happy to announce the first prize winner is Mr. Advait Vichai, the delegate of France, representing in the Security Council. Advait Vichai, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the second prize, you have made a lot of, you were quite good at the topics of agendas of discussion. So special congratulations for that also. And the second prize goes to the delegate of Germany in General Assembly, Ms. Rachel Matthew.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, Rachel. And the third prize goes to Ms. Maxlin Maxi, the representative of China in Security Council. Congratulations, delegates. All other delegates were also had a commendable performance. But in the upcoming years, definitely you will also be able to make it to the top positions. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations to all the winners. Now, I would like to welcome the part and parcel of UN Replica 2021 and the most distinguished personality, Mr. T.P. Srinivasan sir, the head of the Council for Higher Education of the state of Kerala, the former ambassador of India, and the former Indian diplomat, for addressing the valedictory session of UN Replica 2021. Welcome, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir,
I spoke out of turn.
since sir already spoke, we will go to the next agenda. Just to inform, the prizes will be sent to you via courier to your respective institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For thanking the gathering, I warmly welcome Miss Nikita Mary, ma'am, for vote of thanks.
Most distinguished mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan, dignitaries, members of the organizing team, and distinguished delegates, good afternoon. I, Nikita Meriedes, take immense pleasure to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make UN Replica 2021 happen. I would like to start off by thanking Lord Almighty for making UN Replica 2021 come about wonderfully. With His blessings and grace, we were able to make the sessions more remarkable. On behalf of the United Nations Replica 2021 team, I extend a hearty thanks to Ambassador Sri T.S. Tirumurthy, the permanent representative of India to the United Nations and the former president of the UN Security Council, for inaugurating UN Replica 2021. Thank you, sir. Further, I express my sincere gratitude to Sri T.P. Srinivasan, the former ambassador of India to the United Nations, for being a resourceful mentor and for guiding us in the right direction. We could not have done this without you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to express my thanks to our official sponsors, the management of KIMS Healthcare and Swiston, and Dr. Najib, sir. Thank you. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shaiju David Alfi, CEO and Managing Trustee, Dr. Kalam Smriti International, for being the Chief Organizer of UN Replica 2021. Thank you, sir.
We express our heartfelt gratitude to Sri Rajesh George Kolangara for partnering with Dr. Kalam Smriti International for the conduct of UN Replica 2021 and for involving with designing poster and web support. Thank you, sir. I thank Sri Sajeev Naya and his team for technical support and assembly arrangement for the conduct of UN Replica 2021. Thank you, sir. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all head of institutions and institution coordinators for encouraging students to participating in UN Replica 2021. I would also like to thank Ms. Deena ma'am, coordinator to the UN Replica 2021, for assisting us all along the way. Thank you, ma'am. I also express my thanks to the UN Replica coordinating team led by Dr. Manoj Kumar, Principal, the Delhi College of Pharmacy and Research Center, Ms. Sendala, faculty member, and team members Ms. Nikita, Ms. Anjana, Ms. Amrita, Ms. Atara, Ms. Subala, Ms. Alnur, Ms. Ruxana, and Ms. Anadasha for all the hard work done since the start. I would like to thank the organizing team for choosing me as Secretary General. It was such an honor and privilege to have served you all. The delegates of UN Replica 2021 deserves all praises and applause for your active participation and for drafting much thought about result-oriented resolutions. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are concluding the valedictory session of UN Replica 2021. I am thanking you all for your participation and cooperation in the UN Replica 2021 and look forward for your participation in UN Replica 2022. Thank you so much.